Skyrim is filled with memorable characters, warriors, kings, assassins, people with clear roles, clear stories, and a clear place in the world. But then there are the others, the ones that don't quite fit, NPCs who feel out of place, not because they're poorly written, but because there's something about them that just doesn't line up. The way they act, what they know, or even just where they are, it all feels slightly off. They're not the most powerful, they're not the most important, but they're the ones you remember because you never fully understand them. And in a world as detailed as Skyrim, that kind of strangeness stands out more than anything else. Some characters in Skyrim are strange because they hide something. Others are strange because they reveal way too much. But Dervenin sits in a far more uncomfortable space. He's strange because you can't quite tell what he is at all. Found wandering the streets of solitude, muttering to himself and approaching the player with an almost desperate urgency, Dervenin feels disconnected from the world around him in a way that goes beyond eccentricity. He isn't just another odd NPC with a quirk or two. From the moment you meet him, it's clear that he's operating on a completely different wavelength, one that doesn't fully align with Skyrim's reality. At first glance, he appears harmless, just a rambling man speaking in fragmented thoughts, clearly distressed about something he struggles to explain. Skyrim has characters like this, people affected by magic, trauma, or simply the harshness of life in the province. It's easy to dismiss him as just another background figure, someone meant to add texture to the city, but then he starts talking about the Master, and that's when things begin to fall off. He doesn't explain who the Master is in any clear or grounded way. There's no proper introduction, no context that fits into the political or social structures of Solitude. Instead, his words feel disjointed, like places of a larger idea that you're not quite able to see yet. He speaks with urgency but not clarity, and yet despite how little sense he seems to make, there's something about him that feels intentional, like he knows more than he's capable of expressing. Eventually, following his request leads you to the Blue Palace, one of the most grounded, structured locations in Skyrim. It's a place of authority, order, and political significance. And within that setting, Dervenin's presence feels even more out of place. He doesn't belong here, and yet he insists something within the palace is wrong. Not politically, not socially, but something else. Something hidden. And when you finally discover the Pelagius wing, everything shifts. Because Dervenin's strangeness suddenly makes sense, but only in a way that raises even more questions. The wing is not just a sealed-off part of the palace. It's a gateway to the mind of a long-dead emperor, twisted and reshaped by Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness. And Dervenin is the one who leads you there, not as a guide in the traditional sense, but as a kind of messenger, someone caught between worlds, trying to bring attention to something no one else can see. And that's where his character becomes truly difficult to pin down. Because Dervenin isn't just a man asking for help, he's literally connected to Sheogorath. Whether he's a servant, a victim, or something in between is never really fully explained. He refers to Sheogorath as his master, but there's no clear indication of what that relationship actually entails. Is he willingly devoted? Is he being influenced? Is he even fully aware of what he's a part of? The game doesn't answer these questions until later on in the game, and that ambiguity is what makes him so strange. When you enter the mind of Pelagius, guided by Sheogorath himself, the tone shifts dramatically. The world becomes surreal, chaotic, almost dreamlike. It's a place where logic breaks down and absurdity takes over. And within that context, Dervenin's behaviour starts to feel less like madness and more like a side effect of proximity to something incomprehensible. Because how do you remain grounded when you're tied to a being like Sheogorath? How do you communicate something that doesn't follow normal rules? Dervenin's fragmented speech, his urgency, his inability to clearly explain what's wrong, it all starts to feel like the result of someone trying to translate madness into something understandable and failing. But even after the quest is completed, even after Sheogorath leaves and the Pelagius wing returns to silence, Dervenin remains. He doesn't disappear, he doesn't change, he doesn't gain clarity. He just continues, still wondering, still speaking in broken thoughts, still existing in that strange space between awareness and confusion. And that raises one final unsettling possibility. What if this is permanent? What if Der Venom isn't just someone who encountered madness, but someone who's been fundamentally altered by it? In Skyrim, encounters with Daedric princes are usually contained. You enter their realm, you complete a task, and then you leave. The effects are limited, controlled. But Der Venom feels like evidence that those boundaries aren't always as clean as they seem. That exposure to something like Sheogorath doesn't just end when the quest does. It lingers, it changes people, and in Der Venom's case, it may have left him in a state where he can no longer fully exist within the normal world. That idea is never really confirmed, but it doesn't need to be. The way he speaks, the way he moves, the way he fixates on something no one else can see, it all points to a kind of displacement. Not physical, but mental. As if part of him is still somewhere else. It's still connected to something the rest of Skyrim can't perceive. And that's what makes him stand out. Because Der Venom isn't just strange in isolation. He's strange in a way that suggests something larger. Something about the nature of Skyrim's world that isn't fully understood. He's a reminder that not everything fits neatly into the systems the game presents. That some characters aren't just written to be quirky or memorable, but to hint at something deeper, something unstable. In a city as structured as Solitude, where everything has a place and a purpose, Der Venom feels like an anomaly, a crack in the surface, a glimpse of something that doesn't belong, but exists anyway. And no matter how much you learn about him, he never fully makes sense, which is exactly why he might be the strangest NPC in all of Skyrim. Some characters in Skyrim are strange because of how they act, others because of what they represent. But Iola is strange in a way that feels deeply unsettling the longer you think about her. Not because she hides what she is, but because she's so open about it. You meet her in Markarth, a city already filled with tension and moral ambiguity. But Iola manages to stand apart even there. She isn't a political figure, she isn't part of some grand conspiracy, and she isn't even particularly important in the broader scope of the game. And yet, the moment you start interacting with her, it becomes clear that something about her is fundamentally off. Not in a chaotic or unpredictable way, but in a calm, deliberate and disturbingly rational one. Iola is a cannibal. That alone would make her notable. But Skyrim is no stranger to dark characters and violent tendencies. What makes Iola different is how she frames it. She doesn't present her actions as desperation or madness. There's no sense that she's been driven to this by circumstance. Instead, she treats cannibalism as something natural, something almost philosophical. When she speaks, there's no hesitation, no shame, no attempt to justify herself in a way that appeals to conventional morality. To her, it's simply a truth of existence that others refuse to accept. And that calm certainty is what makes her so strange. Because most characters in Skyrim, even the darker ones, operate within a recognisable moral framework. They might be cruel, power-hungry or misguided, but their actions still feel grounded in understandable motivations. Iola doesn't fit into that. She doesn't seek power in the traditional sense. She isn't trying to dominate or control everything. What she wants is participation, acceptance of her worldview, and your willingness to become part of it. That becomes clear during the Taste of Death, the quest she leads you through. At first, it seems like a typical dungeon setup. You're asked to investigate a hall that's been sealed off, with rumours of something dangerous inside. It's familiar territory, but the deeper you go, the more the tone shifts. This isn't about clearing out a threat, it's about uncovering something that's already taken root. And at the centre of it is Iola, guiding you not as companion, but as something closer to a recruiter. She doesn't force you, she doesn't threaten you. She simply presents an alternative way of thinking and waits to see if you accept it. That dynamic is rare in Skyrim. Most quests push you towards a clear outcome. with good and bad paths that are easy to distinguish. Iola's quest feels different. The choice isn't framed as heroism versus villainy. It's framed as acceptance versus rejection of something deeply uncomfortable. And the game doesn't heavily judge you either way. If you go along with her, you're rewarded. If you refuse, the quest simply ends. That neutrality makes the entire experience feel more unsettling, because it places the weight entirely on you. Iola herself remains consistent throughout. She's polite, composed, even welcoming. There's no moment where she reveals a more sinister side. No sudden shift in tone that recontextualizes her behaviour. She is exactly who she appears to be from the beginning. And that consistency makes her harder to dismiss. She's not hiding behind anything. There's no mask to pull away. What you see is what she is. And what she is doesn't fit comfortably into the world around her. Even her connection to Namira, the Daedric prince of decay and consumption, adds to this sense of dissonance. Daedric worshippers in Skyrim are often extreme, driven by obsession or depression. Iola doesn't come across that way. Her devotion feels almost casual, like it's simply an extension of her beliefs rather than something that defines her entirely. She doesn't preach Namira's will with fanatic intensity. Instead, she embodies it quietly, as if it's just a natural part of who she is. That subtlety makes her more convincing and more disturbing. But she doesn't feel like a cultist. She feels like someone who has already made up her mind. There's also something strange about how isolated her worldview is, yet how easily it could spread. She speaks as if others like her exist, as if she isn't some unique aberration but part of a hidden layer of Skyrim society. And while the game never fully explores this idea, the implication lingers. If Iola is this open about her beliefs, how many others are there who simply haven't been found? It turns her from an individual into a possibility. And that's where her strangeness becomes something more. Because Iola isn't just an odd character tucked away in a single quest. She represents a perspective that the game rarely confronts so directly. A complete rejection of the player's assumed moral position, presented without exaggeration or spectacle. There's no dramatic music, no monstrous transformation, no clear signal telling you how to feel. Just a conversation, just a choice, and a character who remains completely unchanged regardless of what you decide. In a game filled with dragons, undead armies, and world-ending threats, Iola stands out precisely because she doesn't rely on any of that. She's grounded, composed, and entirely certain of herself, in a way that few characters are. There's no chaos to her, no unpredictability, just a quiet, unwavering belief in something most players would rather not think about. And that's what makes her one of the strangest NPCs in all of Skyrim. Not because she's loud or extreme, but because she makes something deeply unnatural feel almost normal. Skyrim is a world that usually gives you answers. You meet a character, you understand their role, and by the time you walk away, you know where they fit. Even the more complex figures in the game still operate within some kind of structure, something you can piece together if you spend enough time with them. But characters like Iola and Dervenin don't follow that pattern. They don't exist to be fully understood. Iola challenges you in a very direct way. She doesn't hide what she is or soften it for you. She presents a perspective that feels completely wrong, yet disturbingly grounded. And what makes her stick isn't just what she does, it's how calmly she accepts it. There's no chaos, no instability, just uncertainty. And that uncertainty makes her harder to dismiss than any outright villain. Dervenin, on the other hand, is the opposite. He doesn't challenge your morality, he challenges your understanding. Nothing about him is clear. The way he speaks, what he knows, what he's connected to. It all feels incomplete, like you are only seeing part of something much larger. And even after you follow his story to its end, that feeling never really goes away. One is disturbingly clear, the other is impossibly unclear. And yet both of them leave the same kind of impact, because they don't resolve, they don't fit neatly into Skyrim's world, even though they're very much a part of it. They sit just slightly outside of what feels normal, close enough to interact with, but far enough away that you never fully grasp them. And that's what makes them memorable. In a game filled with dragons, war, and world-ending stakes, it's not always the biggest characters that stay with you. Sometimes it's the ones that don't quite make sense. The ones that leave questions behind instead of answers. Because long after the quests are finished, long after the dialogue ends, those are the characters you keep thinking about. Marriage in Skyrim is simple. You find someone, wear an amulet, say a few words, and suddenly, you've built a life together. It's clean, straightforward, almost too perfect. But the more you look into it, the more cracks start to show. Because not every spouse in Skyrim is as normal as they seem. Some have pasts that don't quite add up. Others have habits, dialogue, or implications that feel off in ways the game never fully explains. They're not dangerous in an obvious way. That's what makes them unsettling. It's the small details, the quiet lines, the things you only notice after the fact. So today we're ranking the most disturbing wives in all of Skyrim. Not based on strength, not based on usefulness, but based on how uncomfortable they become the more you think about them. Some characters in Skyrim feel unsettling because of what they are, but Muri is disturbing because of what she becomes, and how easily she gets there. On the surface, she seems like one of the more grounded potential spouses in the game. You meet her in Markarth, working at the Hag's Cure, a quiet apothecary tucked away in a city already filled with tension and moral ambiguity. She doesn't stand out immediately. She's polite, soft-spoken, even somewhat sympathetic when you first speak to her. But the moment you dig just a little deeper, the initial impression starts to fall apart in a way that feels far more personal than most other characters in the game. Muri isn't just tied to darkness, she actively invites you into it. Her story revolves around betrayal. She was taken in by a man named Alain Dufont, someone she trusted, someone she believed cared about her. But that trust was exploited. He used her to gain access to a wealthy family, stole from them, and then disappeared, leaving Muri to take the blame. As a result, she was cast out, her reputation destroyed, her life effectively ruined. On paper, it's a tragic backstory, one that fits comfortably within Skyrim's world of hardship and misfortune. But it's what Muri does with that pain that makes her unsettling. Instead of moving on, instead of trying to rebuild, she fixates on revenge. And not in a distant or emotional way, but in a cold, calculated one. She joins the Dark Brotherhood, not out of desperation, not because she has no other options, but because she chooses it as the most effective way to get what she wants. And when you take on her contract, the way she speaks about it is what really stands out. There's no hesitation, no moral conflict, just clarity. She wants Elaine dead. That much is expected. But then she adds something else, something that shifts the entire tone of the situation. She asks you to kill Nilzine Shadowshield as well, an innocent woman who had nothing to do with the betrayal beyond being connected to the family that cast Muri out. And her reasoning, it's not strategic, it's not necessary, it's personal. She believes Nilzine deserved it, not because of anything she did directly, but because she was part of the life Muri lost. It's guilt by association, taken to an extreme that feels deeply uncomfortable. And the way Muri presents this request is what makes it worse. She doesn't beg, she doesn't struggle to justify it. She simply expects you to understand. That quiet expectation is what makes her so disturbing, because it reveals how far she's basically already gone. By the time you meet her, Muri has already crossed the line. The revenge isn't a breaking point, it's a continuation of something she's fully committed to. And if you choose to carry out both killings, she rewards you not just with gratitude, but with affection as well. Her approval isn't just tied to the completion of the contract, it's tied to how thoroughly you carry out her version of justice. And that's where things take an even darker turn. Because Muri is a potential spouse. After everything, after the manipulation, the revenge, the willingness to see an innocent person dead, you can marry her. settle down, build a life together. And the game presents this as completely normal. There's no added tension, no lingering consequence, no moment where her past catches up to her. She transitions seemingly from orchestrating murders to running a shop and offering you daily income. That contrast is what makes her so unsettling in the context of marriage, because nothing about her has actually changed. She hasn't reflected, she hasn't grown, she hasn't shown any sign that what she did or asked you to do was wrong. It's just over, or at least it's treated that way. But as a player, that knowledge doesn't go away. You know what she's capable of, you know she thinks. And the fact the game allows you to place her into such a calm domestic role without addressing any of that creates a kind of dissonance that's hard to ignore. It raises uncomfortable questions. If she was willing to go that far once, what's stopping her from doing it again? If someone else crosses her, even in a small way, how would she respond? And more importantly, how much of her kindness is genuine, and how much of it is simply directed at you because you helped her get what she wanted? Unlike other darker characters in Skyrim, Muri doesn't feel distant or exaggerated. She feels grounded, real in a way that makes her actions harder to dismiss. There's no Daedric influence guiding her, no madness distorting her perspective. Everything she does comes from a place that feels human. And that's what makes it worse, because her story isn't about corruption, it's about choice. She was wronged, yes, but the path she takes afterwards was entirely her own. And the fact that she walks in so confidently, without hesitation or regret, is what pushes her into genuinely disturbing territory. In a game where many spouses are defined by simplicity and routine, Muri stands out as someone whose past never quite settles, no matter how normal things appear on the surface. And because of that, she earns a solid 9 out of 10 on the disturbing scale. Some characters in Skyrim are unsettling because of hidden darkness, others because of past actions. But Janassa is disturbing because she doesn't hide anything at all. From the moment you meet her in the Drunken Huntsman in Whiterun, she presents herself with a kind of honesty that feels refreshing at first until you actually listen to what she's saying. She's a mercenary, a sellsword, someone who lives by the blade. That alone isn't unusual in Skyrim, it's actually quite common. But the way Janassa talks about violence, the way she frames it, not as a necessity, not as survival, but as something closer to expression, is what makes her stand out in a much more uncomfortable way. Janassa doesn't just accept killing, she enjoys it. And more than that, she seems to appreciate it. When she speaks about combat, there's a tone to it that feels almost artistic. She talks about battle like it's a craft, like every strike, every movement, every kill is part of something more refined than simple brutality. There's no anger behind it, no sense of chaos. It's controlled, deliberate, almost elegant in her mind. And that's where the unease begins. Because most violent characters in Skyrim are driven by something: rage, loyalty, desperation, ideology. Even assassins like those in the Dark Brotherhood frame their actions within ritual and belief. But she doesn't rely on any of that. She strips violence down to its core and then builds it back up as something admirable, something worth doing for its own sake. She makes it sound clean, which in a world like Skyrim feels deeply unnatural. When you travel with her, this perspective becomes even clearer. She doesn't question your decisions. She doesn't hesitate, no matter what you ask of her. Bandits, guards, innocents, it doesn't matter. There's no moral line she refuses to cross. No situation where she steps back and says, "This is too far." She follows, she fights, she kills, without judgment. And that complete willingness to do anything you ask of her is what makes her so unsettling as a companion, and even more so as a spouse. Because when you marry Janassa, nothing about that mindset changes at all. There's no shift in her personality, no softening of her views. She doesn't suddenly adopt a more peaceful outlook or reflect on her past. She simply brings that same philosophy in a domestic setting. One moment she's speaking about home, routine, and shared life. And the next, she's still the same person who views a blade through someone as something almost beautiful. That contrast is where the discomfort really sets in, because it creates a kind of duality that never fully resolves. On one hand, she can be calm, loyal, even supportive in a traditional sense. She fulfills the role the game assigns to a spouse without issue. But underneath that, there's this unwavering acceptance of violence that never fades. It's not something she turns off, it's just part of who she is. And the game never challenges it. There's no moment where worldview is questioned or pushed back against. No dialogue that forces her to reflect or reconsider. She exists in a kind of moral vacuum, where a perspective is presented as just another valid way of living in Skyrim's harsh world. But the more you think about it, the harder that becomes to accept. Because Janassa doesn't just live in a violent world. She elevates that violence into something more, something intentional, something refined. And that raises uncomfortable questions about what she values and how she sees the people around her. What if she tries to kill you? If combat is an art form to her, what does that make her enemies? Targets, subjects, materials? It blurs the line between survival and expression in a way that feels deeply off, even by Skyrim's standards. What makes it even stranger is how composed she is. There's no madness in her voice, no instability in her behaviour. She's calm, measured, and completely in control of herself. That level of clarity makes her harder to dismiss as just another violent character. She knows exactly what she's doing, and she's perfectly fine with it. That quiet certainty is what lingers, because it suggests that this isn't a phase or a reaction to a circumstance. It's a philosophy, one she's fully embraced. And that doesn't leave much room for anything else, does it? As a follower, that makes her incredibly effective, reliable, adaptable, unquestioning. But as a spouse, it creates a kind of underlying tension that never fully goes away. You're not just living with someone who can fight. You're living with someone who sees violence as something more than just a means to an end. And that perspective never fits comfortably into the peaceful life. In a game where many companions and spouses are defined by simplicity, Janassa stands out because of how consistent she is. She doesn't hide her nature. She doesn't soften it. She just is who she is, from beginning to end. And while that honesty might seem admirable at first, the more you think about it, the more unsettling it becomes. Because there's nothing stopping her, no boundaries, no hesitation, no line she won't cross. Just a blade, and the belief that using it is something worth appreciating. And for that reason, Janassa earns a 7.5 out of 10 on the disturbing scale. A lot of characters in Skyrim don't feel disturbing at first. They feel powerful, respected, even admirable. And Ayla the Huntress fits that role perfectly. She's a central figure in the Companions, one of the most iconic factions in the game, and everything about her presentation suggests strength, confidence, and control. She's a skilled warrior, a devoted member of her circle, and someone who clearly understands her place in the world. But the more you look at what defines Ayla, not just what she does, but what she believes, the more that image starts to shift into something far more unsettling. Because Ayla doesn't just fight, she worships the act of hunting. And not in a casual or cultural sense, but in devotion to Herson, the Daedric Prince of the Hunt. Now, Daedric worship in Skyrim isn't exactly rare. There are countless characters tied to Daedric princes in one way or another. But what makes Ayla stand out is how normalized her devotion is. She doesn't hide it, she doesn't treat it as something dangerous or forbidden. To her, Herson isn't a distant, mysterious force. He's something to be respected, followed, even admired. And that belief is directly tied to what she is. Ayla is a werewolf. Not temporarily, not reluctantly, but by choice. While other members of the Companions eventually seek a cure, seeing lycanthropy as a curse or something they've outgrown, Ayla embraces it completely. She doesn't view it as a burden. She sees it as a gift, an extension of her identity, something that connects her more closely to the Daedric Prince and the ideals she values. Strength, instinct, the thrill of the hunt. On its own, that might not seem disturbing. After all, Skyrim is full of transformations, powers, and supernatural elements. But what makes Ayla different is how comfortable she is with it. There's no internal conflict, no hesitation, no sense that she's struggling with what she's become. She is basically just like Janassa. She's already decided, and she's at peace with it. That certainty is what starts to feel off, because when you look closer at what being a werewolf actually entails, losing control, feeding on others, giving in to instinct over reason, it's hard to reconcile that with the idea of a stable, grounded character. And yet Ayla never questions it. She doesn't draw a line between her human self and her transformed state. To her, it's all part of the same existence, which raises an uncomfortable idea. Where does the control end and the instinct begin? As a companion, Ayla is loyal and capable. She fights alongside you without hesitation, fully embracing the role of a warrior. But there's always that underlying layer to her character, that connection to something more primal, more unpredictable. And while the game never forces that unpredictability into direct conflict with the player, the implication is always there. She's not just a warrior, she's something else, something tied to a Daedric force that values the hunt above all else. And that perspective carries over into her views on the world itself. Ayla doesn't see hunting as a necessity, she sees it as a purpose. There's a difference there that's easy to overlook. Survival is one thing, but when the act itself becomes something you revere, something you align your identity around it starts to take a different meaning. It becomes a belief system. And like any belief system, it shapes how you see others, how you even see your spouse. In Ayla's case, that lens is built around predator and prey, strength and weakness, the natural order as defined by Herson. And while that might align with Skyrim's harsh environment on a surface level, it also strips away a lot of the nuance that defines other characters. There's less room for empathy, less room for restraint. Because in her world, the hunt is always justified. That becomes even more noticeable when you consider her as a spouse. Much like Janassa or Muri, Ayla can transition into a domestic role without any real change to her core identity. She does become supportive, present, even warm in certain interactions, but none of her underlying beliefs shift. She is still devoted to the Daedric prince, still fully committed to her werewolf nature, still aligned with a worldview that prioritizes instinct and dominance over anything else. Can you imagine your spouse turning into a werewolf and running out of the house, going off to kill someone, leaving you at home to deal with the children? And again, the game treats this as completely normal. There's no moment where that tension is addressed, no reflection on what it means to build a life with someone whose identity is so closely tied to something inherently violent and uncontrollable. It's simply accepted. But when you stop and think about it, that acceptance feels uneasy. Because Ayla isn't hiding anything at all. She's telling you exactly who she is, a follower of a Daedric prince, a hunter who embraces the act itself, a werewolf who has no desire to return to anything else. And she expects you to be fine with that. What makes her less disturbing than something like Muri or even Janassa is that her beliefs are at least consistent with the world she lives in. Skyrim is harsh and survival often requires strength and violence. Ayla takes that reality and leans into it completely. There's logic there, even if it's taken to an extreme. But that doesn't make it comfortable, because there's always the sense that her version of the world leaves very little room for anything beyond the hunt. And once you see that clearly, it's hard to ignore. For her unwavering devotion, her complete acceptance of her own transformation, and the quiet intensity of the beliefs that define her, Ayla the Huntress earns a 7 out of 10 on the disturbing scale. Skyrim gives you the illusion that marriage is simple. Pick a partner, settle down, build a life. It's clean, predictable, almost disconnected from the chaos happening everywhere else in the world. But when you actually look closer, that illusion starts to fall apart. Because characters like Muri, Janassa, and Ayla don't leave their pasts or their beliefs behind. They bring them with them, into your home, into your life, with your children. And the game never really stops to question what that means. Muri stands at the top for a reason. She isn't just shaped by betrayal, she chooses to become something colder because of it. Her willingness to have not just her betrayer killed, but an innocent person tied to him shows a level of detachment that feels deeply personal. And the fact that she can move on from that so easily, stepping into a normal life without reflection, that's what makes her the most disturbing. Janessa then comes next. Not because she hides anything, but because she doesn't. Her complete openness about violence, the way she frames it, as if something is almost artistic, removes any sense of moral grounding. There are no limits with her, no hesitation, just a calm acceptance that anything can be solved with a blade. And then there's Ayla, the most understandable of the three, but still far from normal. Her devotion to the Daedric Prince and her full embrace of being a werewolf places her in a world defined by instinct and the hunt. It makes sense within Skyrim, but that doesn't make it any less unsettling when you really think about it. And that's what ties all three of them together. They don't feel disturbing at first. It's only when you stop and really consider who they are, what they've done, what they believe, that it starts to sink in. Because Skyrim never forces you to question your choices, but sometimes you probably should. Skyrim is a land defined by power. Empires clash, stormcloaks rebel, dragons return. Everywhere you look, there are factions fighting to prove their strength, their dominance, and their right to exist in a world that seems to reward only the loudest voices. But not every faction in Skyrim is built on strength. Some are held together by fragile leadership. Some rely on secrets that could collapse at any moment. And others exist in a state of quiet instability. One bad decision, one betrayal away from falling apart entirely. These aren't the factions that control cities or win wars. They're the ones barely holding themselves together behind the scenes. Because beneath Skyrim's surface, there are groups that survive not because they are powerful, but because they haven't been pushed far enough to break. And once you start looking at them through that lens, you begin to realize something. Some of the most important factions in the entire game are also the ones closest to collapse. By the time the player is formally introduced to the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, the faction is already in a state of quiet collapse, clinging to rituals and traditions that no longer seem to hold the same weight they once did. This isn't the Brotherhood at its peak, not the feared, highly organised guild of assassins whispered about across Tamriel, but a fractured remnant operating out of a hidden sanctuary with dwindling numbers, uncertain leadership, and a growing sense that something fundamental has been lost. And that's what makes them one of the most fragile factions in the game. Not because they lack skill or lethality, but because the structure that once gave them purpose is already beginning to fall apart. On the surface, the Dark Brotherhood still presents itself with confidence. They follow the 5 tenets. They speak of Sithis and the Night Mother with reverence. Contracts are carried out with precision, and there is still a sense of ritual in everything they do. But it doesn't take long for cracks to appear. The Brotherhood you join is small, far smaller than something with their reputation should be. Each member feels less like part of a vast, shadowy network, and more like a piece of something that's been reduced over time. And that reduction isn't just numerical, it's ideological. Astrid, the leader of the Skyrim Sanctuary, embodies that fragility more than anyone else. She has kept the Brotherhood alive, but in doing so, she has also distanced it from its core beliefs. The Night Mother, once central to the Brotherhood's identity, is absent when you first arrive. The Black Sacrament, the very ritual that defines their purpose, is no longer their primary source of contracts. Instead, Astrid relies on personal connections and pragmatic decisions, reshaping the Brotherhood into something more grounded, more controlled, and ultimately more vulnerable. This shift creates an underlying tension within the faction. On one hand, Astrid's approach is what has allowed them to survive in a hostile and changing world. On the other, it strips away the very thing that made the Dark Brotherhood unique. Without the Night Mother's guidance, without the direct connection to Sithis, they begin to feel less like a sacred order and more like a group of mercenaries with a shared aesthetic. And that identity crisis weakens them. Because the Brotherhood's strength has never just come from its members. It comes from belief, from the idea that they are a part of something larger, something inevitable. But when that belief starts to fade, everything else becomes unstable. The arrival of the Night Mother marks a turning point, but not in a way you might expect. Instead of restoring the Brotherhood's strength, it exposes the divide that already exists within it. The player as the listener becomes a direct link to the old ways, a role that immediately shifts the balance of power. Astrid, who has led without that structure for so long, is suddenly faced with something she cannot control. And that loss of control is where the faction's fragility becomes undeniable. Her response isn't just resistance, it's desperation. Astrid's decisions throughout the questline reflect a leader trying to maintain authority in a system that no longer supports her. She questions the Night Mother, dismisses tradition, and ultimately makes choices that put the entire Brotherhood at risk. Not because she's incompetent, but because the foundation she built her leadership on is incompatible with the Brotherhood's true structure. She kept them alive, but in doing so she created a version of the faction that cannot coexist with its own beliefs. And that contradiction ultimately leads directly to their downfall. The betrayal that follows isn't just a plot twist. It's the inevitable result of a faction that has been unstable right from the very beginning. The Sanctuary is attacked, members are lost. The Brotherhood, already diminished, is pushed even closer to extinction. And what's left afterward feels less like a victory and more like reconstruction. You don't inherit a thriving organisation. You inherit the responsibility of rebuilding something that has already proven how easy it can fall apart. That's what makes the Brotherhood so fragile. It's not just that they can be destroyed, it's how close they already are to that point when you find them. Even beyond the main quest line, that sense of instability lingers. The Brotherhood operates in secrecy, which naturally limits its ability to grow. Its reliance on specific rituals and roles, the listener, the Night Mother, the tenets, creates a rigid structure that doesn't adapt easily to change. When those elements are disrupted, there's no fallback, no alternate system to keep them running smoothly. It's all or nothing. And for most of Skyrim's timeline, it feels like they're operating on nothing, barely holding on to what they used to believe. In the end, the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim feels less like a dominant force and more like a relic. Something that once held immense power, now reduced to a shadow of itself, trying to survive in a world that has moved on. Its traditions are fading, its structure is unstable, and its future is uncertain. And yet, that's exactly what makes it compelling. Because you're not just joining a faction at its peak, you're stepping into something that's already breaking, trying to hold together a group that was never stable as it claimed to be, and realizing piece by piece just how close it always was to falling apart. They present themselves as righteous, unshakable, and absolutely certain of their purpose. A group devoted to cleansing Skyrim of Daedra, undead, and anything they deem unnatural. The Vigilants of Stendarr walk the roads in plain view, preaching justice, warning of hidden dangers, and offering a sense of moral clarity in a province filled with uncertainty. On the surface, they seem like one of the more stable factions in Skyrim, focused, unified, driven by faith. But the longer you look at them, the more that image starts to fall apart, revealing a faction that is, in reality, incredibly fragile. Not because of what they believe, but because of how poorly equipped they are to survive in a world they're trying to control. Unlike many groups in Skyrim, the Vigilants don't operate from the shadows or behind fortified walls. They are exposed. Their members travel alone or in small numbers, wearing their identity openly, making no effort to hide what they stand for. That visibility is part of their philosophy, a show of conviction, a refusal to fear things they hunt. But it also makes them vulnerable in a way few other factions are. They don't have the numbers of an army, the secrecy of an assassin's guild, or the protection of a city. They rely almost entirely on belief, and belief on its own doesn't stop a vampire attack in the middle of the night. This vulnerability becomes immediately clear when you look at how often vigilants are found dead. Across Skyrim, you'll come across their bodies on roadsides, in ruined buildings, or near the very threats they were trying to eliminate. These aren't rare occurrences, they're consistent. And they tell a story the game never fully spells out. That the vigilants are losing, not in a dramatic singular defeat, but in a slow, constant erosion. Every fallen member is another piece of the faction gone, another sign that their approach isn't sustainable. But yet they still continue. And that persistence is admirable, but it also highlights a deeper issue. The vigilants operate with a kind of rigid certainty that doesn't adapt well to the realities of Skyrim. They see the world in clear terms. Daedra are evil, undead must be destroyed, and those associated with them are enemies. There's no nuance, no flexibility, no room for interpretation. And while that clarity gives them purpose, it also limits their ability to respond to more complex situations. Skyrim is not a world of simple categories. Magic is mistrusted but widely used. Daedric artifacts are sought after by powerful figures. Vampires can hide in plain sight. The Vigilance worldview doesn't account for these contradictions, and as a result, they're constantly at a disadvantage. Their headquarters, the Hall of the Vigilant, is perhaps the clearest representation of their fragility. It stands as a symbol of their presence in Skyrim, a central location, a place of gathering, a statement that they are here and they are watching. But it's also surprisingly modest, not heavily fortified, not hidden, not particularly defensible. It reflects their mindset as well, open, confident, and perhaps a little naive. They don't expect to be overrun. They don't prepare for collapse. And then, inevitably, it happens. The destruction of the Hall of the Vigilant by vampires is one of the most telling moments in understanding the faction. It's sudden, decisive, and devastating. There's no prolonged siege, no drawn-out conflict. The Vigilance is simply just overwhelmed. Their base is burned, their members slaughtered, and their presence in Skyrim is effectively shattered in a single event. It's not just defeat, it's an exposure of how little resilience they actually have. For a group dedicated to hunting supernatural threats, they are remarkably unprepared for a direct confrontation with one. What makes this even more striking is how little recovery there is afterward. The Vigilants don't regroup in a meaningful way, most of them are dead. They don't establish a new stronghold or rebuild their numbers. They persist, but in a diminished, scattered form. Individual members can still be found, still following their mission, but the faction as a cohesive force is gone. And that lack of recovery reinforces the idea that they were never as stable as they appeared. Their structure wasn't built to withstand loss. It was built on the assumption that their cause would be enough to carry them forward. There's also an interesting contrast between the Vigilance and other factions that deal with similar threats. The Dawn Guard, for example, emerge as a more organised, better equipped response to the vampire threat. They have fortified positions, specialised weapons, and a clear understanding of what they're up against. Whereas the Vigilants rely on faith and conviction, the Dawn Guard rely on preparation and adaptation. And that difference highlights just how fragile the Vigilants are by comparison. They're not lacking in purpose, they're lacking in practicality. In another version of Skyrim, the Vigilants could have been a dominant force, a structured, influential faction that shapes how the province deals with supernatural threats. But instead, they exist as a cautionary example, a group that stands for something clear and powerful, yet lacks the foundation needed to sustain it. And so they fade, not all at once, but steadily, member by member, outpost by outpost, until what remains is less a faction and more a memory of one. A reminder that conviction alone isn't enough to survive in a world like Skyrim, and that even the most certain groups can be the ones closest to breaking. At first glance, the Bard's College presents itself as one of Skyrim's more refined institutions, a place of culture, of history and artistic tradition tucked away in solitude, far removed from the chaos of the war and political tensions that defined much of the province. It should feel important, a faction dedicated to preserving stories, music, and the collective memory of Skyrim sounds like something that would carry real weight in a world so shaped by legend and myth. But the longer you engage with the Bard's College, the more it begins to feel like one of the most fragile and ultimately insignificant factions in the entire game. Not because it's under threat, but because it barely feels like a faction at all. Unlike the Dark Brotherhood or the Thieves Guild, which are clearly structured and narratively driven, the Bard's College lacks any real sense of cohesion or purpose beyond its surface identity. There are no ranks to climb, no meaningful progression, and no strong internal dynamics that define how the group functions. You don't rise through its hierarchy in any impactful way. You don't gain influence with Skyrim as a result of your involvement. In fact, your role within the college feels almost entirely detached from the rest of the world. You're not shaping events, uncovering secrets, or even contributing to something that feels larger than a handful of isolated tasks. And that's where the fragility starts to show. Because the Bard's College isn't just vulnerable in the traditional sense. It's not on the brink of destruction, nor is it being actively threatened by external forces. Instead, it's vulnerable in a more subtle, structural way. It lacks presence. It lacks impact. It lacks a reason to exist beyond the idea that it should exist at all. In a game where nearly every faction ties into broader conflicts or systems, the Bard's College feels disconnected, almost like an afterthought. Even its central questline reflects this. The most significant task you undertake as part of the college involves retrieving lost instruments, artifacts tied to legendary figures. These are pieces of history connected to Skyrim's past, but in execution they function more like collectibles than narrative anchors. There's little emotional weight behind them, little sense that recovering these items changes anything in the world. They don't alter how people view the college. They don't unlock deeper layers of storytelling. They simply exist as objectives, completed and then forgotten. The burning of King Olaf Festival is meant to serve as the culmination of your involvement, a celebration that ties the college to Solitude's culture and history. It should feel like a moment where the faction asserts its relevance, where its role in preserving and shaping narratives become clear. But even this event feels small in scope. It's contained, predictable, and ultimately inconsequential. The world doesn't react in any meaningful way. The festival happens, and then eventually everything just returns to normal, as if nothing of significance occurred. There's also a notable absence of identity within the faction itself. The members of the college, while individually distinct in personality, don't form a strong collective presence. There's no sense of shared struggle, no internal conflict, no overarching goal that binds them together beyond maintaining the institution. Compare that to other factions where relationships, rivalries, and ambitions creates a dynamic environment, and the difference becomes clear. The Bard's College feels static. Its members exist, but they don't evolve. They don't react to your actions in meaningful ways. They're part of a setting, not a system. Even the concept of being a bard is underdeveloped. You don't perform in a way that impacts the world. You don't use music or storytelling as a mechanic. There's no system that allows you to influence characters, alter outcomes, or engage with the game through the lens of the art. Instead, your role as a bard is mostly implied rather than experienced. You're not told that this is what the college represents, but you're never really allowed to embody it in a meaningful way. And that disconnect further weakens the faction's presence. But what's particularly striking is how much potential the Bard College has. In a world like Skyrim where history is constantly being written and rewritten through conflict, A faction dedicated to preserving and interpreting that history could be incredibly powerful. They could shape narratives, influence public perception, and act as a counterbalance to the more force-driven factions. But none of that is realised. The college doesn't engage with the Civil War. It doesn't comment on major events. It doesn't position itself as a voice within the world. It simply exists alongside everything else, untouched and unaffected. In a game filled with factions that are constantly in motion, fighting, scheming, evolving, the Bard's College remains still. It doesn't grow, it doesn't adapt, it doesn't demand attention. And because of that, it feels fragile in a way that's easy to miss. Not because it's close to collapsing, but because it lacks the substance that would make it matter if it did. In the end, the Bard's College feels less like a living faction and more like a placeholder, a concept that was introduced but never fully realised. It has a location, a theme, and a basic structure, but it doesn't have the depth or integration needed to stand alongside Skyrim's more prominent groups. And so it lingers, not broken, but barely present, existing in the background untouched by the events that define the rest of the world. A faction that doesn't fall apart, because it was never fully held together to begin with. Few factions in Skyrim present a stronger illusion of control than the Thieves Guild. Operating out of the Ratway beneath Riften, they position themselves as a network of influence, manipulation, and quiet power. The kind of group that doesn't need to fight openly because it already controls the outcome from the shadows. But the moment you step into their world, that illusion starts to fall apart. What you actually find is not a thriving criminal empire, but a faction in decline, held together by routine, habit, and the faint hope that things might return to how they once were. By the time the player encounters the Thieves Guild, it is already a shadow of its former self. This isn't a rise to power story, it's a recovery story. Members talk openly about how far the guild has fallen, how jobs have dried up, how influence has waned, and how their reputation has deteriorated across Skyrim. There's a constant sense that something has gone wrong, but no one fully understands why. That uncertainty is what makes the guild feel fragile from the start. It's not just struggling, it's confused, operating without a clear understanding of what caused its decline or how to fix it. Leadership plays a major role in that instability. Mercer Frey, the Guildmaster, is meant to represent authority and control, but his presence feels distant and disconnected. He doesn't inspire confidence or unity. Instead, he creates a quiet tension, a sense that something isn't quite right beneath the surface. Brynjolf, on the other hand, carries much of the guild's day-to-day energy, recruiting new members and trying to maintain some level of cohesion. But even he seems aware that the guild is not what it used to be. His optimism feels forced at times, like someone trying to keep a failing system afloat. This imbalance in leadership contributes heavily to the guild's fragility. There's no strong, unified direction, no clear plan for recovery. Members continue their routines, small jobs, petty thefts, localized influence. But there's no sense of growth or momentum. It feels like they're maintaining the idea of the Thieves Guild rather than actually rebuilding it. What's particularly interesting is how the guild's identity has shifted. Traditionally, the Thieves Guild is about more than just stealing. It's about influence, control, and subtlety. But in Skyrim, that broader identity has been reduced. The guild operates almost entirely within Riften, with limited reach beyond the city. Their influence is localized, their operations are now small scale. They are no longer shaping events across the province. They are reacting to them, trying to survive in a world where their relevance is currently fading. This loss of influence is tied directly to their connection with the Nightingales and Nocturnal. As the questline unfolds, it becomes clear that the guild's decline is not purely economic or structural, but supernatural. Mercer Frey's betrayal, stealing from Nocturnal, and breaking the pact that once protected the guild has disrupted the balance that sustained them. Luck, once a defining trait of the guild, has turned against them. Jobs fail, opportunities disappear, everything begins to unravel. And that revelation reframes the guild's fragility in a significant way, because it means their success was never entirely their own. Their power, their reputation, their ability to thrive, all of it was tied to something external, something they didn't fully control. And once that connection was broken, the guild didn't just struggle. It collapsed inward, unable to function without the support it had come to rely on. This dependence is what makes the Thieves Guild so precarious. On the surface, they appear adaptable, capable of navigating complex social and economic systems. But in reality, they've built their foundation on something intangible. And when that foundation is removed, there's nothing left to support them. Even the process of rebuilding the guild highlights their fragility. As the player, you're tasked with restoring their influence, completing jobs across different cities, and re-establishing connections. But this recovery feels kind of mechanical rather than organic. It's driven by player action and not by the guild's own initiative. Without you, there's no indication that they would ever recover. They lack the internal strength to fix themselves. And while the eventual restoration of the Thieves Guild can make it feel powerful again, that power feels conditional. It's not the result of a stable system reasserting itself, but of external intervention correcting a broken one. The underlying structure hasn't changed. The same vulnerabilities still exist. The same reliance on nocturnal remains. In many ways, the Thieves Guild is defined by that gap between perception and reality. They should be powerful, they should be influential, but they aren't. And that makes them one of the most fragile factions in Skyrim, because their entire existence depends on maintaining an illusion, an image of control that no longer reflects the truth. Once that illusion breaks, once their weaknesses are exposed, there's very little holding them together. In the end, the Thieves Guild isn't just a faction in decline. It's a faction built on unstable foundations, trying to recreate a version of itself that may never fully return. And even when it does, you can't shake the feeling that it could all fall apart again just as easily. Skyrim is filled with factions that appear powerful, assassins who speak in whispers, hunters of evil who walk with certainty, guilds that claim influence over entire cities, institutions that preserve culture and history. But when you look a little closer, that power starts to feel unstable. The Dark Brotherhood is already collapsing when you find it. The vigilance of Stendar are wiped out almost overnight. The Bard's College barely feels like it matters at all, and the Thieves Guild is surviving on borrowed time and broken luck. These aren't strong foundations. They're fragile systems held together by belief, routine, or the illusion of control. And that's what makes them so interesting, because in a world obsessed with strength, it's the factions that are quietly falling apart that reveal the most about Skyrim itself. Skyrim is a land filled with noise. Dragons tear through the skies, cities bustle with life, dungeons echo with the sounds of battle and discovery. Everywhere you go, the world seems to demand your attention. But not every place in Skyrim is like that. Some locations don't fight to be seen. They don't offer quests, rewards, or even clear stories. They sit quietly at the edges of the map, easy to miss and even easier to forget. These are the empty places, the abandoned ones, the locations that feel less like part of a game and more like something left behind. Some rest along the frozen northern coast, some lay bare in bustling areas in Markarth. But when you first come into contact with an empty place, you realise something. No movement, no inhabitants, no explanation. Just the remains of something that didn't last. And in a world as loud and eventful as Skyrim, that kind of emptiness stands out more than anything else. Clam Digger's Camp is the kind of place most players will walk past without ever realising it exists. And in a game like Skyrim, that says a lot. It sits quietly along the northern coast, east of Dawnstar, where the Sea of Ghosts stretches endlessly into a pale frozen horizon. There are no dramatic ruins here, no towering Nordic structures carved into the mountains. No glowing markers pulling you in with the promise of something important. Just a small weathered camp pressed against the shoreline, exposed to the wind, the cold, and the constant sound of waves breaking against ice. At first glance, it barely feels like a location at all. A few bedrolls, a cooking spit, scattered tools, and the faint suggestion that someone once tried to live here. But that's all it is, a suggestion. There are no active inhabitants, no quests to guide you, no narrative thread to follow. It exists in a strange liminal space between presence and absence, where everything points to human activity, but nothing remains to confirm it. And that emptiness is what makes it so interesting, because Clam Digger's camp isn't just abandoned, it feels forgotten. Not in the dramatic, tragic way that Skyrim often presents its ruins, with skeletons posed mid-story, or journals spelling out exactly what went wrong, but in a quieter, more unsettling way. There's no clear explanation for why it was left behind. No signs of struggle, no obvious danger, no final moment preserved in time. Whoever was here simply isn't anymore. And the game offers no answers as to why. That lack of context creates a very different kind of atmosphere, one that relies entirely on implication rather than exposition. You're left to fill in the gaps yourself, to imagine what life might have been like in a place like this. And more importantly, what could have driven someone to leave it behind? The location itself doesn't help much. The northern coast of Skyrim is one of the most inhospitable regions in the game. It's cold, isolated, and largely devoid of meaningful activity. Unlike the forests of Falkreath or the plains of Whiterun, there's very little sense of life here. The environment feels static, almost indifferent, as if it would remain exactly the same whether anyone lived there or not. And that indifference is key to understanding why this camp feels the way it does. It's not just empty, it's insignificant. Not in a designed sense, but a narrative one. This isn't a place the world cares about. It's not strategically important, not culturally relevant, not even particularly useful beyond the small, mundane act of gathering clams along the shore. Which raises an interesting question. Why was anyone here in the first place? The idea of someone choosing to live in such a harsh, isolated environment suggests a kind of quiet desperation. Maybe they were trying to get away from something. Maybe they had no other options. Or maybe they were simply drawn to the solitude, to the idea of existing at the very edge of the world where no one would bother them. Skyrim never tells you, and that uncertainty becomes part of the experience. It transforms the camp from a simple environmental detail into something more reflective, something that invites interpretation rather than delivering a very clear answer. And in doing so, it highlights one of the more subtle strengths of Skyrim's world design: its ability to create meaning through absence. Most of the game's more memorable locations rely on spectacle. Massive ruins, dramatic lighting, enemies waiting to challenge you. Clam Digger's camp does the opposite. It removes all that. There's no danger here, no reward, no sense of progression. Just a quiet space that exists entirely outside the player's usual motivations. And because of that, it's easy to ignore. There's nothing pulling you in, nothing demanding your attention. You have to choose to stop, to look around, to consider what you're seeing. In a world filled with noise, dragons, quests, battles, constant movement, places like this create contrast. They slow things down. They give the player a moment to step outside the usual loop of action and reward and just exist in the space. And while that experience might not be as immediately engaging, it lingers in a different way, not as a memorable event, but as a feeling, a sense of quiet, of absence, of something that used to be there and isn't anymore. And in a game as large and as busy as Skyrim, that kind of emptiness can be just as meaningful as anything else. Deep Folk Crossing is one of those places in Skyrim that feels important the moment you see it. And yet, the longer you stay there, the more that importance begins to unravel into something quieter. something far more hollow. Located high in the mountains north of Markarth, it stretches across a deep chasm in the form of a massive Dwemer bridge, an imposing structure of stone and metal that immediately suggests purpose, scale, and history. From a distance, it looks like a landmark, the kind of place that should lead somewhere or guard something, or at the very least tell a story worth hearing. But when you finally arrive, when you step onto the bridge itself and take in your surroundings, what you're met with is not discovery, but absence. There are no bustling ruins here, no hidden city beneath it, no sprawling dungeon waiting to be explored. Just the bridge suspended over nothing, connecting one quiet stretch of mountain to another. And that's what makes Deep Folk Crossing so strangely compelling. It feels like a piece of something much larger. But whatever it once connected to is gone, leaving behind only this isolated fragment. The Dwemer, known for their advanced architecture and sprawling underground cities, built structures with clear intent. Their ruins are usually dense, complex, and filled with purpose. But this bridge stands apart from that pattern. It doesn't lead into a ruin. It doesn't act as an entrance or a gateway. It simply exists, elevated and exposed, as if it was once part of a system that has long since disappeared. And that creates a unique kind of emptiness. Not the emptiness of a place that was abandoned in a hurry, but the emptiness of something that has outlived its own function. There's a difference between a location that feels unfinished and one that feels forgotten. And Deep Folk Crossing sits firmly in the latter category. It doesn't feel like it was meant to be more and never became it. It feels like it was once part of something meaningful, something complete, and over time that context eroded until only this single structure remained. The environment around it reinforces that feeling. The mountains are quiet, the air still, the sounds coming from the wind and the distant wildlife that barely interacts with the space. There are no NPCs living there, no signs of recent activity, no evidence that anyone has tried to reclaim or repurpose the structure. It's not dangerous, not particularly rewarding, and not tied to any major quest, which means most players will visit it once, if at all, and then move on without much thought. But if you stop and look at it, really look at it, the bridge starts to feel less like a location and more like a question. Why is it here? What did it connect to? Why build something so large in such an isolated place when you can just go around? Skyrim never answers these questions, and that silence becomes part of the experience. It forces you to confront the idea that not every piece of the world is meant to be understood, that some places exist purely as remnants of a past that can no longer be fully reconstructed. And that idea ties into something larger about the Dwemer themselves. They are one of the most mysterious civilizations in the Elder Scrolls universe, known as much for their sudden disappearance as for their technological achievements. Their ruins are scattered across Skyrim, each one hinting at a culture that was both advanced and deeply enigmatic. But most of those ruins still function, in a way. They still have mechanisms, enemies, systems that give them a sense of presence. Deep Folk Crossing doesn't have any of that. It's static, silent, completely removed from the systems that define other Dwemer locations. And because of that, it feels closer to a monument than a ruin. Not something to explore, but something to observe. A structure that has lost its context, but retained its form. And that creates a different kind of atmosphere, one that leans heavily into isolation. Standing on the bridge, surrounded by open sky and distant mountains, you're not thinking about combat or loot or progression. You're thinking about scale, about time, about the idea that something so massive could be reduced to something so empty. It's a reminder that Skyrim's world isn't just built around the player's journey. It's built on layers of history, many of which are incomplete, fragmented, or entirely missing. Deep Folk Crossing embodies that fragmentation in a way few other locations do. It's not just that it's empty, it's that its emptiness feels intentional. as if the game is deliberately presenting you with a piece of a puzzle that you'll never be able to solve. Kenstag Ruins are part of the unique places in Skyrim that feels less like a location and more like a fleeting memory, something you're not even meant to fully experience, only briefly witness before it disappears again. Situated east of Morthal in the fog-covered marshes of Yarmarch, the ruins themselves are already easy to miss. The region is flat, desolate, and choked with mist, the kind of environment where visibility is low and landmarks blur into one another. It's not a place players tend to explore thoroughly, and even when they do, Kenstag Ruins don't immediately stand out. At first glance, it's just another set of crumbling Nordic stones, partially collapsed and swallowed by the surrounding swamp. There are no enemies waiting to ambush you, no obvious loot that draws you in, no quest marker pointing you towards its significance. It feels empty in the most literal sense. But what makes Kenstag Ruins truly unique and deeply unsettling is that its emptiness isn't consistent, and it changes. Under the right conditions at night, obscured by the ever-present fog, the ruins reveal something that feels almost like it shouldn't be there at all. A group of ghostly figures locked in an eternal silent standoff, both frozen in place as if time itself has been interrupted. There's no movement, no dialogue, no interaction. Just a moment suspended in stillness. And then, just as suddenly as they appear, they're gone. No explanation, no follow-up, no way to engage with what you just saw. The ruins return to their original state, empty, quiet, and seemingly insignificant. This is what sets these ruins apart from almost every other location in Skyrim. It doesn't just lack content, it withholds it. It gives you a glimpse of something meaningful, and then immediately takes it away, leaving you with more questions than answers. Most locations in the game are built around permanence. Enemies respawn, loot resets, environments remain largely unchanged. Kenstag Ruins breaks that pattern by introducing something temporary, something that exists outside the normal rules of the game world. And because of that, it feels less like a designed encounter and more like an anomaly. Something you weren't supposed to see, or at the very least, something that doesn't want to be understood. The figure themselves only deepen that sense of mystery. The ghost you see that leads you to a tomb where bandits are trying to rob is almost contradicting of the whole place entirely. It shows that even in the most abandoned places, the worries of life can still be seen, which makes this ruin even more haunting to this day. But the game never explains who they are, what their story is, or why this moment is being played here, in this forgotten corner of the map. There are no journals, no environmental clues other than the tomb that is being raided. It's just the image itself, stark and silent. It's a form of storytelling that relies entirely on implication, asking the player to interpret meaning from a single, unchanging scene. And in doing so, it creates a different kind of engagement. You're not uncovering a narrative piece by piece. You're confronting the absence of one, trying to make sense of something that refuses to be explained. The environment plays a crucial role in reinforcing this feeling. Yarmarch is already one of the most isolated and atmospheric regions in Skyrim. The constant fog, the mutated colours, the lack of major settlements. It all contributes to a sense of detachment from the rest of the world. Kenstag Ruins fits perfectly within that landscape. It doesn't break the silence, it becomes a part of it. And when the spectral figure appears, they don't disrupt the atmosphere so much as intensify it. They feel like a natural extension of the environment, as if the land itself is remembering something briefly before letting it fade again. This makes the ruins feel less like a physical space and more like a point where the boundaries between past and present blur. A place where something unresolved lingers, not actively, but passively, waiting to be seen by those who happen to pass through at the right moment. It's also worth noting how easy it is to miss this entirely. If you visit during the day or simply don't spend enough time in the area, you might never see the apparition at all. And in that case, Kenstag Ruins remains exactly what it appears to be, an empty, unremarkable set of stones in an already empty region. And that duality is part of what makes it so effective. The Hunter's Camp with the sulfur-soaking pools is one of the rare places in Skyrim where emptiness doesn't feel unsettling, but instead it almost feels comforting, like a quiet pocket of the world that exists completely separate from the chaos surrounding it. Located near Darkwater Crossing, a region otherwise defined by mining, hardship, and the looming presence of conflict, the camp sits beside a series of natural hot springs that gently steam against the cold air. The landscape here is striking in a way that doesn't demand attention, but rewards it. Pale mineral deposits ring the water, soft light reflects off the surface, and the constant hiss of sulfur vents creates a kind of ambient stillness that feels more alive than silent. It's the kind of place that feels like it should be more important than it is, or at the very least more populated. But it isn't. Instead, what you find here is a small, almost fragile presence of life. Just 3 hunters going about their routines with no sense of urgency, no larger narrative pulling them elsewhere. And despite their presence, the area still feels empty. Not abandoned, not forgotten, but intentionally sparse, as if the world itself is choosing to leave this place alone. That contrast is what makes the location so interesting. In most cases, emptiness in Skyrim is tied to loss or absence, places where something used to be and no longer is. But here, the emptiness exists alongside life. The hunters are not struggling to survive in a harsh environment, nor are they remnants of something greater that has fallen apart. They are simply there, existing in a space that doesn't require anything of them. There's no tension, no conflict, no underlying threat that needs to be resolved. Because of that, the camp feels remarkably stable, almost timeless in a way that few other locations in the game achieve. It's not waiting for something to happen. It's not building towards an event. It just is. And that sense of stillness creates a different kind of atmosphere, one that stands in stark contrast to the rest of the region. Darkwater Crossing, just a short distance away, is defined by labour and limitation, a mining settlement where people are tied to routine and obligation. Beyond that, Skyrim itself is a province of constant motion, dragons attacking, civil war unfolding, quests pulling the player in every direction. But at the sulfur-soaking pools, all of that feels distant, almost irrelevant. The world slows down here, the usual urgency fades, and in its place there's a kind of quiet appreciation for the environment itself. The sound of the water, the movement of the steam, the way that light interacts with the landscape. These details become more noticeable precisely because there's so little competing for your attention. It's a form of emptiness that enhances the experience rather than diminishing it. And yet, despite how inviting the location feels, it remains largely untouched. The fact that there are only 3 hunters here emphasises just how underutilised the space is. In a more typical design, a place like this would be a hub, a settlement, or at least a point of interest with multiple interactions. But Skyrim leaves it almost entirely alone. The hunters don't offer much in terms of dialogue or engagement. They don't anchor a quest or provide a deeper narrative. They simply occupy the space, giving it just enough life to prevent it from feeling abandoned, but not enough to make it feel busy. And that balance is what makes the emptiness so noticeable. It's not the absence of people, it's the absence of activity, the absence of purpose beyond simply being there, which in a game so often driven by goals and progression, feels almost unusual. You're not here to complete anything, you're not here to gain anything significant, you're just here. And that can feel surprisingly meaningful, because it highlights something that Skyrim rarely emphasises. The idea that not every location needs to serve a function. Some places can exist purely for their atmosphere, their mood, their ability to create a certain feeling. The Hunter's Camp is one of those places. It doesn't try to impress you with scale or complexity. It doesn't hide secrets or challenge you with enemies. Instead, it offers something much simpler, a moment of calm in a world that rarely slows down. And in doing so, it becomes more memorable than many of the game's more populated areas. Because those places, while full of activity, are often defined by that activity. They're tied to the quests, to the characters, to the systems that keep the player moving forward. The pools, by contrast, ask nothing of you. It doesn't push you in any direction, and it doesn't even try to hold your attention. The burnt-down house in Morthal, the one at the centre of the Laid to Rest quest, is one of the clearest examples of how Skyrim uses emptiness, not just as atmosphere, but as contrast, placing something deeply unsettling right beside something that, on the surface, continues to function as normal. Morthal itself is already a strange town, quiet and fog-covered, lacking the energy of places like Whiterun or Solitude. But it is still lived in. People move about, conversations happen, routines continue. There is a sense of life, even if it's muted. And then there's the house, or what's left of it, sitting just off to the side, blackened and collapsed in on itself. It doesn't blend into the environment so much as disrupts it. It's a permanent scar on the town's landscape, something that cannot be ignored no matter how much the townsfolk might try to move past it. Unlike many abandoned locations in Skyrim, this one has a clear history, a known event tied to it, a fire that killed a woman and her child. But what makes it so effective isn't the event itself, it's what comes after. The house isn't rebuilt, it isn't cleaned up, it isn't repurposed, it's left exactly as it is. A charred skeleton of wood and ash, sitting in the middle of a community that continues to exist around it. That decision creates a kind of tension that most locations in Skyrim don't have. The town is active, but this space within is not. It's empty in the most literal sense, devoid of life, but also heavy with implication. You're not just looking at a ruin, you're looking at something that people in the world actively know about, something recent enough to still matter, and yet it remains untouched. And that raises questions, not in the same mysterious, abstract way as places like Kenstag Ruins, but in a more grounded, human way. Why hasn't anything been done about this? Why is it still here out in the open instead of being cleared away or rebuilt? The answer implied through dialogue and the quest itself. It's that this situation isn't resolved. The fire wasn't just an accident. There's something wrong beneath the surface of Morthal, something the townspeople are aware of but hesitant to confront. And so the house remains, not just as a reminder of what happened, but as a symbol of that unresolved tension. It's not abandoned because it was forgotten. It's abandoned because no one wants to deal with what it represents. That distinction is important, because it shifts the nature of the emptiness. This isn't a place that time has moved past. It's a place that time is stuck on. The rest of Morthal continues forward. People go about their lives maintaining the appearance of normalcy. But the house anchors everything in place. It refuses to let the town fully move on. And when you approach it, when you step into the remains of the structure, that feeling becomes even more pronounced. There's very little to interact with, no enemies, no loot of significance, no complex layout to explore. Just debris, ash, and the faint outline of what used to be a home. It's quiet in a way that feels intentional, as if the game is asking you to sit with the space rather than do anything about it. And that stillness contrasts sharply with the idea of a home. A place that should be filled with warmth, activity, and life. Instead, you get the opposite: cold, silence, and absence. And yet, just like within the town itself, there's more beneath the surface. The Laid to Rest quest reveals that emptiness isn't entirely empty. The spirit of the child, Helgi, lingers, tied to the location in a way that blurs the line between presence and absence. This adds another layer to the space, turning it from a simple ruin into something more emotionally charged. It's no longer just about what was lost, but about what remains, not physically, but spiritually. Refugees Rest, located along the harsh eastern edge of Skyrim near the border of Morrowind and the Dunmouth Pass, is one of those locations that feels defined not by what's there, but by what should be there and isn't. At a glance, it appears to be exactly what the name suggests, a small makeshift shelter meant for people in transit. A temporary stop for those fleeing something behind them or searching for something ahead. There are a few basic supplies, a tent, signs of survival, rather than settlement. But despite that implication of movement, of passing through, the place feels completely still. There are no refugees when you arrive, no travellers resting, no voices, no sense that anyone has been there recently. It's not bustling, not even lightly occupied. It's just empty. And that emptiness carries a very different tone compared to the other abandoned places in Skyrim. This isn't a ruin reclaimed by time or a structure left behind after some dramatic event. It's a place built for people who never came. Or perhaps came and left so quietly that they may as well have never been there at all. The surrounding environment reinforces that feeling. This part of Skyrim is cold, jagged, and unwelcome, with the looming presence of Morrowind just beyond the mountains. The Dunmouth Pass itself suggests transition, a crossing point between regions, cultures, and histories. It's the kind of place where you would expect movement, especially in a world shaped by conflict, displacement, and political tension. The Red Mountain eruption, the ongoing instability in Morrowind, the border unrest across Tamriel, all of these factors imply that there should be people on the move, seeking refuge wherever they can find it. And yet, Refugees Rest stands alone, untouched by that movement. It feels like a preparation for something that never fully materialized, or perhaps a quiet acknowledgement of suffering that the game never directly shows. That absence becomes more striking the longer you consider it. Skyrim is filled with stories of war, exile, and hardship, but many of those stories are told through active quests or populated locations. Here the story is implied entirely through the name and the setting, without any characters to reinforce it. You're left to imagine the kinds of people who might have needed a place like this. Families fleeing their homes, individuals escaping conflict, travellers with nowhere else to go. And then you're confronted with the reality that none of them are here. The shelter exists, but the people it was meant for do not. This creates a subtle but powerful disconnection between expectation and reality. The name Refugees Rest suggests life, movement, and temporary community. What you find instead is silence, and that silence feels heavier because of what the name implies. It's not just an empty camp. It's an empty promise, a place that represents safety and relief, but offers neither in practice. This is where the location starts to feel less like physical space and more like a commentary on the world around it. Skyrim is a province caught in conflict, filled with political tension and social division. It's not a place particularly welcoming to outsiders, especially those arriving with nothing. The existence of Refugees Rest suggests that someone at some point recognized the need for a place like this. But its emptiness suggests that recognition wasn't enough. Whether due to the harshness of the environment, the lack of resources, or the broader indifference of the world, the space remains unused, and that unused state becomes part of its identity. Skyrim is often remembered for its scale, its noise, and its constant sense of movement. Dragons circle overhead, cities carry on with their routines, and quests pull you endlessly from one place to another. It's a world that feels alive, or at the very least, always in motion. But what these empty and abandoned places reveal is that Skyrim's world isn't defined solely by what's happening. It's equally shaped by what isn't. Each of these locations present a different kind of emptiness. Clam Digger's Camp shows us what it's like when a place is simply left behind with no clear explanation, only the quiet suggestion of a life that didn't last. Deep Fault Crossing turns absence into something structural, a massive piece of architecture that has outlived its purpose, standing as a fragment of something we've never fully understood. What ties all of these together is not just that they're empty, but how they are empty. Skyrim doesn't treat absence as a single idea. Sometimes it's peaceful, sometimes it's unsettling, sometimes it raises questions, and other times it refuses to answer them entirely. These places don't guide you, don't reward you, and often don't even acknowledge your presence. They simply exist, quietly at the edges of the world. And in doing so, they reveal something important. Not every story in Skyrim is told through action or dialogue. Some are told through silence, through stillness, through the spaces where something should be and isn't. Because in a world so full of noise, it's often the quietest places that leave the strongest impression. Skyrim is a world that usually makes sense. You follow a road, you find a ruin, you clear it, and you move on. Everything has a purpose, everything has a direction. But then there are places that don't quite fit, locations that feel disconnected, layouts that loop in ways they shouldn't, stories that start and never fully finish. These aren't the biggest or most dangerous places in the game. They're the ones that leave you standing there thinking, wait, what was this supposed to be? Because not every part of Skyrim is clear. Some places feel unfinished, some feel intentionally vague, and others feel like they're hiding something, but never actually tell you what it is. And those are often the most memorable, because confusion more than anything else sticks with you. There are cities in Skyrim that feel immediately understandable. Whiterun is open and honest. Solitude is political but structured. Windhelm is divided but clear in its tensions. And then there's Markarth, a city that, the longer you spend in it, the less sense it seems to make. Not because it lacks detail, but because it has too much of it, layered in ways that never fully align. Markarth is one of the most confusing places in Skyrim, not due to its layout alone, but because everything about it, its history, its politics, its people, feels like it's operating on multiple contradictory levels at once. At first glance, Markarth is striking, built directly into ancient Dwemer stone. It feels less like a city that was constructed and more like one that was discovered and then occupied. The clean, geometric architecture of the Dwemer clashes with the rough, human elements layered on top of it. Water flows unnaturally through the city, machinery hums quietly in the background, and there's a constant sense that the place wasn't meant for the people currently living in it. That alone creates a subtle unease. You're not just in a city, you're in something older, something that doesn't quite belong to the present. But the confusion really begins the moment you arrive. Before you even take in your surroundings, you witness a public murder in the marketplace. It's sudden, unavoidable, and immediately followed by a guard handing you a note that pulls you into a conspiracy you don't yet understand. This sets the tone for Markarth perfectly. There's no introduction, no easing in, just an immediate sense that something is wrong beneath the surface, and that you've already been pulled into it whether you like it or not. From there, everything starts to unravel. The city is controlled by the Silverblood family, who present themselves as powerful and respectable, but quickly reveal themselves to be deeply corrupt. They have influence over the guards, control over the mines, and even a presence within the prison system. But their power doesn't feel stable. It feels aggressive, like it's constantly being asserted rather than naturally maintained. You're told they run the city, but the way they operate makes it feel like they're barely holding onto control. At the same time, the Forsworn loom over everything. They're described as savages, rebels, outsiders, a constant threat to the safety of the Reach. But the deeper you dig, the less clear that label becomes. The Forsworn aren't just random attackers. They have history here. They were here before the Nords took Markarth, and depending on who you listen to, their actions start to feel less like mindless violence and more like resistance. And that's where the confusion really sets in, because Markarth doesn't give you a clear side to stand on. The Silverbloods are undeniably corrupt. The Forsworn are undeniably violent. The guards enforce order, but that order feels compromised. Every faction within the city feels flawed, incomplete or misleading in some way. There's no clean narrative, no obvious truth, just overlapping perspectives that never fully line up. Even the prison, Sidna Mine, reflects this. When you're sent there, often against your will, it becomes clear that the justice system in Markarth is more about control than fairness. Prisoners aren't just serving time, they're being used, exploited, and in some cases, silenced. And yet, even within the prison, there are layers of complexity as well. Madanak, the leader of the Forsworn, represents his own version of events, one that directly contradicts what you've been told up to that point. And again, the game doesn't give you a definite answer. It just adds another perspective. This constant shifting of the truth is what makes Markarth so disorientating. You're never entirely sure who's right, who's lying, or who's simply telling a version of events that benefits them. Information feels unreliable. Authority feels questionable. Even your own role in the city becomes unclear as you're pulled between different sides without ever committing to one. Then there's the Dwemer aspect. Unlike other Dwemer ruins, which are typically separate from modern settlements, Markarth is built directly into one. That means the mystery of the Dwemer isn't something you explore in isolation. It's literally woven into everyday life. People live in their structures, use their systems, and walk their halls without fully understanding them. The city exists on top of a civilization that disappeared without explanation. And that unanswered question lingers in everything. Why build a city here? Why rely on structures you don't understand? Why does it all still work? These questions don't have answers, but they add to the overall sense that Markarth is not a place built on stable foundations, physically or narratively. Even the layout of the city contributes to this feeling. It's vertical, uneven, and easy to get lost in. Staircases lead to unexpected places. Paths loop back in on themselves. It doesn't flow like other cities in Skyrim. It feels almost intentionally disorientating, as if the design itself is reinforcing the confusion of everything happening within it. And maybe that's the point. Because Markarth isn't just confusing in one way. It's politically confusing, morally confusing, historically confusing, even spatially confusing. Every layer of the city adds to a larger sense that nothing here is as straightforward as it should be. And in the end, what makes Markarth one of the most confusing places in Skyrim isn't that it lacks clarity, it's that it presents too many conflicting versions of it. It's a city built on someone else's ruins, controlled by people you can't trust, threatened by enemies who might not be entirely wrong, and filled with systems that don't quite function the way they're supposed to. And no matter how long you spend there, it never fully makes sense. Some locations in Skyrim are confusing because of their politics, others because of their history. But Shriekwind Bastion is confusing in a much quieter, more disorientating way. It's the kind of place you can clear in a single visit and still walk away feeling like you missed something important, not because it's especially large or complex, but because it never fully explains what it is, why it exists in its current state, or how all of its pieces are meant to fit together. It sits high in the mountains between Falkreath and the Rift, isolated and easy to overlook, and yet when you actually take the time to explore it, it feels strangely layered, like multiple ideas were placed on top of each other without ever being fully resolved. At its core, Shriekwind Bastion is a Nordic ruin. You see it in the stonework, the structure, the familiar presence of Draga deeper within its halls. That alone should make it straightforward. Nordic ruins tend to follow a pattern. Ancient burial sites filled with undead guardians, built to honour or protect something from the past. But Shriekwind Bastion doesn't fully commit to that identity, because almost immediately, that expectation is interrupted by something else entirely. Vampires. Not hidden away as a small intrusion, not tucked into a corner of the ruin, but actively occupying the space, reshaping it into something that feels more like a lair than a tomb. Coffins are scattered throughout, bloodstains replace the usual dust and decay, and the atmosphere shifts from ancient to predatory. It's not just that vampires are present, it's that they've claimed the location in a way that feels complete, as if the ruin has been repurposed entirely. Because Shriekwind Bastion never explains how or why this happened. Was this a strategic location for vampires, chosen for its isolation and elevation? Did they discover the ruin by chance, or were they drawn to something within it? Were the Draugr always here, or did their presence come after? The game never tells you. Instead, you're left to navigate a space where two completely different identities coexist without clear connection. On one level, it's a Nordic burial site, tied to Skyrim's ancient past. On another, it's an active vampire stronghold, tied to a much more immediate and personal threat. But the transition between those two states is never shown. It just exists. That lack of transition makes the location feel incomplete in a very specific way. Most places in Skyrim, even the more mysterious ones, give you some kind of narrative thread to follow. A journal, a quest, a piece of dialogue, something that helps you understand what happened. Shriekwind Bastion offers very little of that. There's not really a central story guiding your exploration. No clear event that defines the space. Just fragments of two different ideas layered on top of each other. Even the layout contributes to this feeling. The Bastion is split into multiple sections, with separate entrances and pathways that don't always connect in intuitive ways. You can enter from one side and clear a portion of it, only to realise that later there's another section entirely, accessible from a different point on the mountain. It doesn't flow like a single cohesive dungeon. It feels segmented, like pieces of a larger design that was never fully stitched together. And because of that, it's easy to leave thinking you've seen everything, when you really actually haven't. That kind of design creates a subtle but persistent uncertainty. You're never entirely sure if you've fully understood the space, or if there's something you overlooked. And because the game doesn't push you back in, doesn't give you a reason to return, that uncertainty lingers. There's also something strange about the tone of the location. Vampire lairs in Skyrim tend to lean heavily into a specific atmosphere, dark, oppressive, almost theatrical in their presentation. They feel intentional, crafted to reflect the nature of the creatures that inhabit them. Nordic ruins, on the other hand, carry a different kind of weight. Quiet, ancient, rooted in history and ritual. Shriekwind Bastion tries to hold both of these tones at once, and the result is something that never fully settles into either. It's not as grand or ritualistic as other Nordic tombs. It's not as focused or stylized as other vampire dens. It sits somewhere in between, and that in-between space is what makes it feel so off. Even the name Shriekwind Bastion adds to the confusion. It suggests something dramatic, like the very first vampire, whose screams are often heard throughout Skyrim, a stronghold shaped by the environment, defined by the wind and the isolation. And while the location does sit high in the mountains, exposed and distant, that idea is never fully realised in the design or storytelling. The name does imply significance, but the experience doesn't quite deliver on it. And that disconnect sticks with you, because Shriekwind Bastion feels like it should mean more than it does. Like there's a story here that was never fully told, a connection that was never fully explored, a purpose that was never clearly defined. It's not empty, it's actually far from it. There are enemies, loot, environmental details. It functions as a dungeon in every mechanical sense. But narratively, it feels unfinished, not in a broken way, but in a way that leaves gaps, spaces where something could have been, but isn't. And those gaps are what makes it confusing, because your mind tries to fill them in. You start to create your own explanations. Maybe the vampires discovered the ruin and drove out whatever was there before. Maybe they're using it for something specific, something the game doesn't show. Maybe the separation of its sections is intentional, reflecting different periods of use. But none of that is confirmed. It's all speculation, built on a foundation that never fully supports it. In a game as detailed and interconnected as Skyrim, that stands out. Most locations, even minor ones, feel like they belong to the world in a clear way. They have context, purpose, and a sense of place within the larger narrative. Shriekwind Bastion feels like it exists just outside of that clarity, not disconnected, but not fully integrated either. And that's what makes it one of the most confusing places in the game, not because it's complicated, but because it feels like it's missing something just out of reach, something that would make it all make sense. But it never really quite arrives. There are places in Skyrim that are confusing because of how they are built. And then there are places that are confusing because of what they are. The Soul Cairn falls firmly into that secondary category. It's not just a location you explore, it's a concept you're forced to navigate, a realm that doesn't follow the same rules as the rest of the game, either mechanically or narratively. Introduced in the Dawnguard expansion, the Soul Cairn immediately feels different from anything else in Skyrim, not just darker or more dangerous, but fundamentally wrong. And the more time you spend there, the less certain you become about how it works, why it exists in the way it does, and what your presence there actually means. On a surface level, the Soul Cairn is a plane of oblivion, a realm controlled by the Ideal Masters, mysterious entities who trade in souls. That explanation gives you a basic framework, something to hold on to. But it doesn't take long for that framework to start breaking down. Because unlike other Daedric realms in Skyrim which tend to reflect the personality or domain of a specific prince, the Soul Cairn feels abstract. There's no clear ruler you interact with, no defined purpose beyond the vague idea of souls being stored and traded. The Ideal Masters exist, but only as distant floating forms, barely present, barely understandable. They don't speak in ways that clarify anything. They don't guide you. They don't even fully acknowledge you. And that distance creates an immediate sense of disorientation. Because you're not just in a foreign place. You're in a system that you don't understand. The environment itself reinforces that feeling. The Soul Cairn is vast, open, and eerily empty. But not in a peaceful way. It's a kind of emptiness that feels intentional, like space has been stretched out beyond what it should be. Structures appear without clear purpose. Pathways lead to nothing. Landmarks exist, but they don't anchor you in any meaningful way. You can see far into the distance, but that visibility doesn't help you orient yourself. If anything, it makes the space feel even more unnatural. It's not designed to be navigated comfortably. It's designed to make you feel lost. And that feeling is only amplified by the inhabitants. The souls trapped within the Cairn are not presented in a consistent or easily understood way. Some appear as wandering figures, repeating fragments of dialogue that hint at regret, confusion, or anger. Others are bound to specific locations, tied to the deals they made in life that they clearly didn't fully understand. Then there are entities like the Keepers and Wraithmen, which seem to enforce some kind of order, but without ever explaining what that order is meant to achieve. Nothing about it feels structured. Clearly, there are rules, but you're never fully told what they are. You just experience the consequences of them. Even the central premise of this place, that souls are traded here in exchange for power, raises more questions than it answers. Who is making these deals? How are they enforced? Why do the Ideal Masters want these souls in the first place? The game gives you pieces of this information, but never enough to form a complete picture. It's implied that necromancers and other magic users can bargain with the Ideal Masters, offering souls in exchange for knowledge or power. But the mechanics of that exchange are left intentionally vague. And that vagueness creates a kind of narrative instability. because you're constantly trying to understand something that resists being understood. Serana's presence in the Soul Khan adds another layer to this confusion. As someone directly tied to the events that allow you to enter the realm, she provides context, but even her understanding is limited as well. She knows of the Soul Khan, but not everything about it. Her familiarity doesn't translate into clarity. Instead, it reinforces the idea that this is a place beyond even the knowledge of those who have studied it. Then there's Valerica, Serana's mother, who has chosen to remain in the Soul Khan rather than return to the world of the living. Her decision makes sense on a surface level. She's hiding from Harkon. But the fact that the Soul Khan is considered a viable refuge raises even more questions. Why is this place, which is clearly hostile and unstable, safer than the world outside? What does that say about both the Khan and the threats beyond it? It blurs the line between prison and sanctuary. And that's a recurring theme throughout the entire experience, because the Soul Khan is never clearly defined as one or the other. It traps souls, but it also houses them. It punishes, but it also preserves. It feels like a place of torment, but not in a way that's fully intentional or directed. It's not hell, at least not in the traditional sense. There's no judgment, no moral framework guiding who ends up there. Souls are collected, not condemned. And that distinction makes the entire realm feel colder, more mechanical. Even the quest structure within the Soul Khan contributes to this sense of confusion. Objectives are often vague, spread out across a massive disorientating landscape. You're asked to find specific figures, objects, or locations. But the process of doing so rarely feels guided. You wander, you search, you piece things together as you go. And while that can create a strong sense of immersion, it also reinforces the idea that you're operating without a full understanding of the space you're in. You're not mastering the Soul Khan, you're surviving it. And maybe that's the point, because the Soul Khan isn't meant to be fully understood. It's meant to feel alien, disconnected, like a system that exists entirely outside of human logic. In a game where most mysteries can eventually be unraveled, where most locations can be understood through exploration and context, the Soul Khan stands apart. It resists that process. It gives you just enough information to function, but never enough to feel comfortable. And when you finally leave, there's a lingering sense that you didn't really solve anything. You just got out, which makes it one of the most confusing places in all of Skyrim. Not because it's poorly explained, but because it's intentionally, fundamentally unknowable. Skyrim is usually a world that rewards understanding. You explore, you piece things together, and eventually it all makes sense. But places like Markarth, Shriekwind Bastion, and the Soul Khan don't really follow that rule. They give you information, just not enough. They show you structure, but not intention. They tell stories that never fully connect. And that's what makes them stick, because you don't leave these places feeling satisfied. You leave them thinking about what you missed, what didn't quite add up, what might be hiding just beneath the surface. In a game full of clear paths and defined outcomes, these are the places that feel unfinished in the best way. Not broken, just unresolved. And sometimes that lingering confusion is far more memorable than any clear answer could ever be. Skyrim is filled with creatures that players never forget. Dragons dominate the skies, Draga guard ancient tombs, Falmer hunt the depths below. They're iconic, repeated, impossible to ignore. But not everything in Skyrim gets that kind of attention. Some creatures exist on the edges of the world, rarely seen, barely acknowledged, and often encountered so briefly that they're almost forgotten the moment you walk away. They don't have quest lines built around them, they don't define entire regions, and they're not designed to leave a lasting impression. They just exist, sometimes in small numbers, sometimes in strange locations, sometimes with mechanics or designs that feel completely disconnected from the rest of the game. And because of that, they slip through the cracks, not because they're unimportant, but because Skyrim never asks you to remember them. Spriggans are one of the strangest examples of a creature in Skyrim that feels both ever-present and completely forgotten at the same time. Existing across the province in quiet pockets of wilderness, while rarely being acknowledged in any meaningful way. On paper, they should stand out. They are living embodiments of nature, guardians of the forest tied to the health of the land itself, with a design that is visually distinct and thematically rich. They aren't just animals or monsters. They occupy a space somewhere between spirit and protector, something ancient and reactive rather than purely hostile. And yet, despite all that, they're often reduced to little more than a brief encounter on the road, something you fight, loot, and move past without a second thought. Part of what makes Spriggans feel so overlooked is how they're integrated into the world. They don't dominate any major quest lines. They don't control large, memorable locations in the same way Falmer or Draga do. Instead, they appear in small, isolated areas, forest clearings, hidden groves, or tucked away as if they're deliberately kept at the edges of Skyrim's more active spaces. And because of that, they never build momentum in the player's mind. You encounter one, maybe two in a play session, and then they're gone, replaced by more prominent threats that demand your attention. But that quiet placement is also what makes them so interesting. Spriggans aren't meant to feel like an invading force or a dominant species. They feel like something that belongs to the land itself, something that doesn't need to expand or assert control because it already exists in balance with its environment. When you encounter a Spriggan, it's rarely because you've entered their territory in a clearly defined way. It's more subtle than that. You've simply wandered into a place where nature hasn't been disturbed, or where it's in the process of pushing back. That idea is reinforced by how Spriggans behave in combat. They aren't just aggressive creatures. They summon animals, heal themselves, and fight in a way that feels reactive rather than purely offensive. It's as if they're not trying to conquer you, but to remove you, to restore something that's been disrupted. And that distinction sets them apart from many other enemies in Skyrim. They don't feel malicious in the same way bandits or necromancers do. They feel defensive, protective, like you're the one that's out of place. And yet, despite all this, Skyrim rarely builds on that identity. There's very little narrative weight given to Spriggans, no major factions tied to them, no significant quest lines that force you to engage with them beyond their simple combat. They exist almost entirely in isolation, disconnected from the broader systems of the game. And that's where the feeling of abandonment starts to come in. Not abandonment in the literal sense, but in how underutilized they are. The foundation is there for something much deeper, a creature that represents the land itself, reacting to the actions of those who inhabit it. But it's never really fully explored. This creates an odd disconnect. On one hand, Spriggans are conceptually important. They suggest that Skyrim's wilderness isn't just passive scenery, but something alive, something capable of responding to intrusion. On the other hand, the game treats them as minor obstacles, encounters that don't carry long-term consequences or deeper meaning. You defeat them, and the forest remains unchanged. There's no lasting impact, no sense that you've disrupted anything significant. And because of that, their presence starts to feel hollow, despite the strength of their concept. Their design contributes to this as well. Visually, Spriggans are striking, humanoid forms made of twisted wood and glowing energy, with an almost ethereal quality to them. They don't feel like anything else in the game, but that uniqueness doesn't translate into memorability in the way you might expect. Because they're encountered so briefly and without much context, their design becomes something you recognize without truly engaging with. They're familiar but not significant, distinct but not impactful. There's also something to be said about how they're spaced throughout the game. Spriggans appear more frequently in certain regions, particularly in the forested areas like the Falkreath Hold or the Rift. But even there, they're never really overwhelming. They don't define those regions in the way other enemies define theirs. Instead, they're part of the background, one of many possible encounters that could happen as you explore. And that randomness further dilutes their presence. They're not something you seek out or prepare for. They're something you stumble upon. In a way, Spriggans mirror the very idea of being forgotten. They exist quietly, without drawing attention, without demanding recognition. They don't interrupt the player's journey in a significant way. They don't force you to think about them beyond the moment you encounter them. And so they fade into the larger experience of the game, becoming part of its texture rather than its focus. But that doesn't mean they're unimportant. If anything, their subtlety is what gives them potential. They represent a side of Skyrim that isn't driven by conflict or conquest, but by balance and reaction. A reminder that the world isn't just shaped by the actions of its people, but also by the land itself. And in that sense, their forgotten nature feels almost fitting. Because Spriggans don't need to be remembered. They're not part of Skyrim's story in the way dragons or factions are. They're just part of its world, quietly existing, whether you notice them or not. The Frost Atronachs is one of those creatures in Skyrim that feel like they should carry far more weight than they actually do. Existing as powerful, imposing beings tied directly to magic itself, yet somehow fading into the background of the game's wider ecosystem. On the surface, they have everything needed to be memorable. They are towering constructs of ice and elemental energy, summoned from another plane, bound to the will of mages, and capable of dealing immense damage while shrugging off attacks that would destroy most other enemies. Their very existence implies a deeper system at work: conjuration, control, and the manipulation of forces beyond the natural world. And yet, despite all that, Frost Atronachs rarely leave a lasting impression. They appear, they fight, and then they're gone, often remembered less as creatures in their own right, and more as extensions of the enemies who summon them. That's really where their sense of abandonment begins, in their lack of independence. Unlike Spriggans, who feel tied to the land, or Falmer, who have their own society and presence, the Frost Atronachs almost never exist on their own terms. They are tools, weapons brought into existence for a specific purpose, and dismissed just as quickly. When you encounter one, it's usually because a mage decided to summon it, not because the Atronach itself has any stake in the world around it. And that framing strips away a lot of what could have made them very interesting. Instead of being treated as creatures with their own identity, they become a mechanic, a function of the combat system rather than a part of the world's ecology. This is especially noticeable when compared to how other Daedric or summoned beings are handled. Dremora, for example, have dialogue, personality, and a clear connection to Oblivion that gives them presence beyond combat. Even creatures like Flame Atronachs benefit from a more striking visual identity and more frequent use, making them easier to remember. Frost Atronachs, by contrast, sit in an awkward middle ground. They're powerful but not really unique, common enough to appear regularly, but not distinct enough to stand out. And because of that, they blur into the background, becoming just another obstacle rather than something worth thinking about. Their design plays an interesting role in this as well. Visually, Frost Atronachs are undeniably imposing. Large, hulking figures made of jagged ice, with glowing cores and heavy, deliberate movements that give them a sense of weight and presence. They look like something that should dominate a battlefield, something that demands attention the moment it appears. But that visual impact doesn't always translate into narrative or mechanical significance. You fight them the same way you fight many other enemies. Avoid their attacks, deal damage, move on. There's no unique interaction, no deeper layer that reinforces what they are beyond their role as a summoned tank. And that's where the disconnect really starts to show, because Frost Atronachs represent something bigger than just a combat encounter. They're manifestations of elemental magic, physical embodiments of cold and force, pulled from a different realm and bound into service. That concept carries a lot of potential. It suggests a world where magic isn't just a tool, but a gateway to something external, something that exists independently of the player and the province of Skyrim itself. But the game rarely explores that idea in any meaningful way. Frost Atronachs don't have lore moments or narrative beats that expand on their origin or purpose. They're present but not really developed. Even in locations where they appear without a summoner, such as certain ruins or magical areas, they still feel disconnected. These instances could have been opportunities to present them as something more autonomous, something that exists outside of direct control. But instead, they often come across as static guardians or leftover constructs, placed there for gameplay rather than storytelling. There's no sense that they belong to those spaces in the way Draga belonged to tombs or Falmer belonged to the underground. They're there but not really rooted. This lack of grounding makes them feel strangely temporary. Even when they're not being actively summoned, there's always that sense that they don't fully exist within Skyrim's world, that they're only partially present, tied more to mechanics of conjuration than to the environment itself. And while that could have been used to create a sense of otherworldliness or mystery, it instead results in a kind of emptiness. They don't feel mysterious, they feel underexplored. There's also the issue of repetition. Frost Atronachs tend to appear in predictable contexts, alongside mages in certain dungeons, in the chill, or as part of higher level encounters. And while their strength makes them a notable threat, their role doesn't change much across these encounters. They're durable, they hit hard, and they occupy space. But beyond that, there's little variation. They don't evolve, don't interact with the environment in unique ways. They don't contribute to the world beyond the immediate fight. Over time, they become familiar in a way that reduces their impact. Not because they're overused, but because they're underutilized in terms of variety and in terms of where the player sees them. What's interesting though is that this forgotten quality almost aligns with what they are. Frost Atronachs aren't meant to be part of the world in a traditional sense. They're summoned, controlled and dismissed. They exist at the will of others, not as independent actors. And in that way, their lack of identity with Skyrim mirrors their role within its systems. They don't have stories because they're meant to. They don't have agency because they're not given any. They are, by design, incomplete. And that's what makes them quite fascinating. But that doesn't necessarily make it satisfying. Because even within that framework, there was room to do more, to explore what it means to bind a creature like this, to give some insight into where they came from, or to create moments where they break from that role. Instead, they remain static, unchanged, and largely unexamined. In the end, Frost Atronachs feel less like forgotten creatures in that traditional sense, and more like abandoned ideas. The foundation is there, strong design, clear concept, and a role within the game's systems, but it's never fully built upon. They exist in kind of a limbo, present enough to be recognised, but not developed enough to be remembered. And because of that, they occupy a strange place in Skyrim's world. Not absent, but not truly there either. Just summoned into existence over and over again, only to be forgotten the moment they disappear. Deep beneath Skyrim's surface, far removed from the open skies and familiar landscapes, there exists a creature that most players encounter with discomfort in the moment. But then they rarely ever think about them again afterwards. Not because it lacks presence, but because the presence is almost entirely confined to one specific context. Charus are not rare, they are not weak, and they are certainly not forgettable in design. But despite all that, they remain strangely absent from the broader identity of Skyrim's world, existing almost exclusively as a supporting element to something else, rather than as creatures that stand on their own. Visually, Charus are some of the most unsettling enemies in the game. Their insectoid bodies, glossy carapaces, and erratic movements make them feel fundamentally different from the more grounded creatures that populate the surface. They don't resemble wolves, bears, or even trolls. They feel alien, almost invasive, like something that doesn't belong in the same ecosystem. And that discomfort is amplified by the sounds they make. The clicking, The skittering, the sharp, sudden movements that make every encounter feel tense and unpredictable. On a purely sensory level, Charros are incredibly effective. They leave an impression in the moment, but that impression rarely lasts beyond it. The reason for that lies in how they are positioned within the game. Charros are always tied to the Falmer. Wherever you find one, you'll likely find the other. They share the same spaces, the same encounters, and often the same purpose. And while that relationship makes sense, the Falmer have domesticated or adapted to these creatures in a way that creates a cohesive underground ecosystem. It almost limits the Charros in a significant way as well, because they're never allowed to exist independently. They're not presented as a species with their own territory or behaviour patterns separate from the Falmer. Instead, they function as extensions of Falmer encounters, reinforcing the threat of those areas rather than defining them. This creates a kind of dependency that affects how players perceive them. When you think of Blackreach or Falmer hives, you might remember the architecture, the atmosphere, or the Falmer themselves. The Charros are part of that memory, but they are rarely focused in on. They blend into the experience, becoming one piece of a larger system, rather than something distinct. And because of that, they're easy to overlook when thinking about Skyrim's creatures as a whole. Not because they're insignificant, but because they're always framed as secondary. What's interesting though is that the Charros don't feel like they should be secondary. If anything, their design and behaviour suggests the opposite. They are aggressive, resilient, and capable of dealing significant damage, especially with their poison attacks. They move in ways that feel unpredictable, closing distance quickly and forcing players to react. In many encounters, they can be just as threatening, if not more so than the Falmer themselves. And yet they're rarely given the space to be the primary threat. They're always part of something else, never the main focus. There are a few exceptions, locations where Charros appear without Falmer, or where they play a more central role. But these are rare and often not emphasised. They don't have dedicated quest lines, named variants with narrative significance, or locations built specifically around them. Compare that to other creatures in Skyrim, and the difference becomes as clear as day. Draga have entire tombs and deep connections to Nordic history. Dragons dominate the main story. Even creatures like hagravens, even though they are also forgotten, have cultural and narrative ties that give them a stronger identity. Charros, despite their unique design, doesn't have that same level of integration. This lack of narrative presence contributes heavily to their forgotten status. Players encounter them frequently enough to recognise them, but not in ways that encourage deeper engagement. There's no reason to think about where they came from, how they evolved, or what role they play being part of the Falmer ecosystem. And while environmental storytelling hints at some of these answers, the egg sacs, the tunnels, the way they're integrated into Falmer structures is all indirect. It requires the player to piece things together, and even then, it doesn't lead anywhere beyond basic understanding. Their role within that ecosystem is actually one of the more interesting aspects of their design. The relationship between Charros and Falmer suggests a kind of symbiosis, or at least a functional coexistence. The Falmer use them for somewhat defensive purposes, possibly for resources, and as a natural extension of their underground society. The Charros in turn thrive in those environments, supported by the structure and protection that the Falmer provide. It's a rare example of a fully realised ecosystem within Skyrim, one that feels interconnected and believable. But again, that strength is also a limitation, because it ties the Charros so closely to the Falmer, it prevents them from being seen as anything beyond that system. Even their variants, like the Charros Reaper, don't fully escape this pattern. While more powerful and visually distinct, they still appear within the same context, serving the same role within Falmer-controlled areas. They add variety but not really any independence. They reinforce the existing structure rather than expanding it. In a different context, Charus could have been one of Skyrim's most memorable creatures. Their design, their behaviour, and their place within the world all point towards something unique and compelling. But the way they're used keeps them from reaching that potential. They're always part of something else, always framed as a component rather than a centerpiece. And because of that, they end up in a strange position. Not ignored, but not truly recognised either. Encountered often, remembered briefly, and rarely considered beyond the spaces they inhabit. They don't disappear from Skyrim, they just never fully emerge from beneath it. High in Skyrim's coldest, most desolate regions, where visibility fades into snow and sound is swallowed by the wind, there are encounters that feel less like combat and more like stumbling into something you weren't meant to see. Wisp mothers exist in that space, not quite creatures in that traditional sense, not quite spirits in a way the game ever fully explains, but something in between. They appear suddenly, often alone, surrounded by drifting lights and illusions, and for a brief moment, they transform the environment around them into something unfamiliar. And yet, despite how distinct these encounters feel in isolation, Wisp mothers remain one of the most forgotten presences in all of Skyrim. Part of that comes from how rarely they're encountered. Unlike Draga or Falmer, who occupy entire regions and define the spaces they inhabit, Wisp mothers are scattered almost randomly across remote and elevated parts of the map. You might go an entire playthrough only encountering a handful of them, if that. And when you do, it's often unprompted. No quest marker, no narrative build-up, just a sudden shift in atmosphere as one materialises in the distance. That rarity should make them memorable, but instead, it often has the opposite effect. Without repetition or reinforcement, they don't build a lasting presence in the player's mind like bandits or Falmer or Draga. They become isolated moments rather than a cohesive part of the world. But in that sense, that might create them to be one of the most beautiful things in Skyrim. What makes this more striking is how strong these individual moments can be. A Wisp Mother encounter feels different from most fights in Skyrim. There's an immediate sense of unease, driven not just by their appearance, but by how they interact with the space around them. The glowing wisps that accompany them, the way they fade in and out of visibility, the illusions they create during combat, it all contributes to an experience that feels less grounded and more surreal. You're not just fighting an enemy, you're trying to track something that doesn't fully behave like a physical being. And for a game that often leans on straightforward combat encounters in the early stages, that difference stands out. But that uniqueness is never expanded upon. Wisp mothers don't have dedicated locations or environments built around them, other than a few crypts and a few caves. They don't anchor any major quest lines or connect to factions in a really meaningful way. There's no deeper exploration of what they are, where they come from, or why they appear where they do. They exist almost entirely in isolation. You don't just see one wandering around in Falkreath or Whiterun. They are both geographically and narratively isolated from the world. And that isolation is what ultimately leads them to be forgotten. Not because they lack identity, but because that identity is never reinforced. There's a sense that Wisp mothers are meant to represent something, perhaps a manifestation of the cold, or remnants of lost spirits, or even a form of elemental magic tied to Skyrim's harsher climates. Their design supports that idea. They appear almost spectral, with a translucent icy form that blends into the environments they inhabit. The wisps that surround them feel like fragments, as if they're not entirely whole. And their ability to create copies of themselves during combat adds to that ambiguity, making it difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. All of this points toward a concept that is rich with potential, something that could have been explored in a variety of ways. But instead, that potential remains untouched, and I suppose, in a way, it kind of has to be. Wisp mothers are never given the space to develop beyond their initial impression. They don't evolve as enemies, don't appear in increasing complexity, and don't interact with the world in ways that would deepen their role. They're static both in function and in meaning. And because of that, they never move beyond being a curiosity. Something interesting in the moment, but not something that shapes the player's understanding of the world. Their placement within Skyrim also contributes to this as well. By existing primarily in remote snow-covered areas, they're naturally separated from the game's more active spaces. These regions are already less populated, less travelled, and often less essential to the main flow of the game. So even when a Wisp Mother appears, it's happening in a context that players may not revisit often. There's no reason to return, no ongoing presence that keeps them relevant. They appear, they're dealt with, and the location returns to being just another quiet stretch of wilderness. Even mechanically, their encounters don't leave a lasting impact. While their illusion and ranged attacks can make them quite challenging at the early stage of the game, the fight itself doesn't introduce systems or ideas that carry over into other parts of the game. Once it's over, there's nothing to reflect or adapt upon. It's a contained experience disconnected from the broader gameplay loop. And that containment reinforces their forgettable nature. They don't influence how you play beyond that moment, and so they don't really stay with you. And that might be the most fitting way to describe them. Wisp Mothers don't feel like creatures that belong to Skyrim in the same way others do. They feel like anomalies, rare, unexplained, and disconnected. But instead of that, making them mysterious or significant, it leaves them undeveloped at times, because mystery only works when it's supported by presence. And Wisp Mothers simply don't appear often enough, or in meaningful enough ways to sustain that. In the end, they become one of the clearest examples of a concept that was never fully realised. Everything about them suggests something deeper: their design, their abilities, their atmosphere. But none of it's expanded upon. They exist in fragments, much like the wisps that surround them, never forming a complete picture. And because of that, they fade. Not dramatically, not all at once, just quietly over time, as the player moves on to more defined threats, more structured encounters, more memorable parts of the world, until eventually they become exactly what their name suggests: a fleeting presence seen briefly and then gone. In a world as dense and iconic as Skyrim, it's easy to remember the things that demand your attention. Dragons tear through the sky, dragon rise from ancient tombs. Entire quest lines are built around the loudest and most persistent threats. But the creatures we've talked about don't operate like that. They don't dominate the narrative, they don't define regions in obvious ways, and they don't ask to be remembered. Instead, they exist on the edges, in caves you don't revisit, in mountains you rarely climb, in encounters that feel isolated rather than essential. Spriggans guard forests without recognition. Frost Atronachs are summoned and forgotten. Charls live in the shadow of the Falmer. Wisp Mothers appear like illusions and disappear just as quickly. They're not absent from Skyrim, they're just overlooked. And maybe that's what makes them interesting. Because in a game built on spectacle, sometimes the most revealing parts of the world are the ones that don't fight to be seen. There are countless caves scattered across Skyrim, each one promising danger, treasure, or at the very least something worth finding. Most of them feel connected to the world in some way. Bandits passing through, creatures making nests, or quests that pull you in with purpose. Even in the most remote corners of the map, there's usually a sense that someone at some point has been there before you. But every so often, you come across a place that feels different. Not just empty, but removed. Jungvild is one of those places. Located far off the northern coast, separated from the mainland and surrounded by cold, unforgiving waters, it already feels distant before you even step inside. There's no natural reason to be there, no obvious path that leads you towards it. You have to choose to go, to deliberately seek it out. And that choice makes what you find feel even more isolating. Because this cave doesn't just feel abandoned, it feels cut off from the world, from the people, from anything that resembles normal life in Skyrim. And as you move deeper into it, that isolation only grows stronger, turning what could have been just another cave into something far more unsettling. Some locations in Skyrim feel remote, others feel empty, but Ljungvild manages to feel completely cut off in a way that few places do in the game. And what makes it stand out isn't just where it is, but how it feels to be there. Sitting far off the northern coast, separated from the mainland by a stretch of cold, unwelcoming sea, just reaching this cave already creates a sense of distance. You're not stumbling across it on the way to something else. You're not following a road that naturally leads you there. You have to go out of your way, deliberately pushing yourself towards the edge of the map, until Skyrim itself starts to feel like it's falling behind you. And once you arrive, that feeling doesn't go away, it deepens. The cave's exterior is quiet in a way that feels unnatural. There's no sense of activity around it, no signs of life trying to reclaim the area, no travellers passing through. Even by Skyrim standards, where danger often keeps people away, Ljungvild feels like a place that has been completely removed from any kind of regular movement. It's not just avoided, it's forgotten. And that absence sets the tone before you even step inside. Because once you do step inside, the isolation becomes something heavier. Ljungvild doesn't feel like a cave that connects to anything else. There's no sense of overlap with the outside world. No reminders of the land you just came from. Instead, it feels sealed off, it basically is. Like it's its own self-contained space that exists independently from the rest of Skyrim. The deeper you go, the more that disconnect becomes noticeable. There are no moments where the outside leaks back in. No distant sounds of weather. No glimpses of light that reminds you of the surface. Just enclosed, quiet spaces that feel increasingly detached from anything else. And it's that silence that really defines that experience. Most caves in Skyrim have some kind of background presence, whether it's the sound of enemies moving, creatures lurking, or even environmental noises that fill the space. There's usually something reminding you that you're not entirely alone, but Ljungvild feels stripped back. The silence isn't just the absence of sound. It feels deliberate, like the cave is actively holding onto it. Every step you take feels more noticeable. Every movement feels like it carries further than it should. It creates this constant awareness that there's nothing else around to break that silence. No one coming in after you. No one waiting outside. No connection back to the world you left behind. And because of that, the cave starts to feel less like a location and more like a space you've been placed into. The layout adds to this feeling in a subtle but important way. Ljungvild doesn't open up in ways that make you feel free to explore. It guides you, narrows you, keeps you moving forward without offering much sense of escape. You're not wandering through it so much as being led through it. And while that might seem like a small detail, it reinforces the idea that once you're inside, you're committed. There's no easy way to mentally step back and reorientate yourself. You just keep going, further in and further away. And the more distance you create between yourself and the entrance, the more that original sense of isolation starts to settle in. Because at a certain point, turning back doesn't feel like returning to safety. It just feels like retracing steps through the same emptiness. Another thing that makes Ljungvild stand out is how little it tries to draw attention to itself. There's no dramatic set piece at the entrance other than a few large boulders and ruins. No immediate threat that defines it. It doesn't demand your focus in the way other caves do. Instead, it quietly lets you walk into it. And only after you've spent time inside does the atmosphere start to take hold. It's a slow realization that you're alone, that nothing is interrupting that, and that nothing is coming to change it. Even the scale of the cave plays into this. It's not overwhelmingly large, but it doesn't feel small either. It sits in the middle ground where it's big enough to lose your sense of immediate surroundings, but contained enough that you're constantly aware of being enclosed. That balance creates a kind of pressure, not intense but persistent. Like the cave is holding you in place rather than letting you move freely through it. And because there's no external reference point, no windows, no openings, no shifts in the environment, you lose track of where you are in relation to everything else. You're not just underground, you're somewhere else. And that's what really defines Jungvild's isolation. It's not just about distance from cities or roads, it's about the complete lack of connection to anything outside of it. Once you're in, Skyrim as a whole starts to feel irrelevant. The wars, the factions, the people, all of it fades into the background, replaced by this quiet, enclosed space that doesn't acknowledge any of it. And when a location in a game makes you forget the world it's a part of, that's when it starts to feel truly isolated. Jungvild doesn't rely on constant danger or overwhelming scale to create that feeling. It does it through absence, through silence, through the steady removal of anything familiar or grounding. It takes the idea of a cave, something already separated from the surface, and pushes it just a bit further until that separation becomes complete. And by the time you leave, stepping back out into the open air, it doesn't just feel like you've exited a cave. It feels like you've returned from somewhere that wasn't fully connected to Skyrim at all. What truly transforms Jungvild from simply isolated into something far more disturbing is the story buried within it. A story that doesn't just explain the cave, but actively reinforces why it feels so separate from the rest of Skyrim. At the centre of it all is Arundel, a necromancer whose presence lingers long after you begin to understand what he was doing there. And unlike many figures in Skyrim who pursue power, knowledge, or even survival through dark means, Arundel's motivations feel far more personal and far more unsettling. Because Jungvild wasn't just a place he studied in, it was a place he chose. A remote island cut off from everything where no one would interrupt him. That isolation you feel as a player, that wasn't accidental, it was intentional. Arundel needed distance, not just from the people, but from consequence. And what he used that distance for is what defines the cave's entire identity. Throughout Jungvild, you encounter the ghosts of women, restless, lingering, unable to move on. At first, they seem like any other spectral enemy, another hazard in a ruin filled with the undead. But the more you explore, the more it becomes clear that these aren't just random spirits tied to the location. They are his, victims bound to the cave through his necromantic practices, their existence twisted into something that exists purely because of his obsession. And what makes this even more disturbing is how controlled it all feels. These spirits aren't chaotic or accidental. They are part of something deliberate, maintained, preserved. Arundel didn't just stumble into necromancy, he refined it. Journals scattered throughout the cave gives insight into his thoughts. And this is where things take a darker turn. Because instead of the usual pursuit of power or forbidden knowledge, his writings reveal something far more personal. He speaks about these spirits not as tools, not as experiments, but with a kind of fixation that feels deeply uncomfortable. There's a possessiveness to it, an attachment that goes beyond simple control. He isn't just raising the dead, he's keeping them. And that's where the horror of Jungvild really starts to settle in. Because the isolation of the cave begins to make sense in a new way. It's not just that Arundel wanted privacy, it's that he needed a place where no one would see what he was doing, where no one would question the presence of these spirits or the way he interacted with them. The cave becomes less of a hideout and more of a sealed environment, a space where his actions could exist without interference, a place where nothing would challenge him. And that turns Jungvild into something much more disturbing than a typical necromancer's lair. It becomes a contained world, one where the normal rules don't apply, where the dead are not allowed to rest, not because of some grand ritual or cosmic force, but because one person decided they shouldn't. And the longer you spend in the cave, the more that idea starts to feel suffocating. These ghosts aren't just enemies. They're remnants of something that was never meant to continue. And yet they do, because Arundel made sure of it. When you finally encounter him, there's no grand reveal, no moment of dramatic realization. He's simply there, another figure in the depths of the cave, continuing his work as if it's completely normal. And that lack of spectacle is what makes it hit harder. There's no attempt to justify what he's done in a way that feels redeemable. No complex ideology or external pressure driving him, just obsession, quiet, controlled, and fully realized. And when he's gone, when the immediate threat is removed, the cave doesn't suddenly feel resolved. The ghosts remain until you kill them. The atmosphere doesn't shift, the sense of isolation does not lift, because what happened in Jungvild isn't something that can be undone by a single action. The damage is already built into the place itself. That's what makes the lore of Jungvild so effective. It doesn't just add context, it amplifies everything you've already felt while exploring it. The silence becomes heavier, the separation from the outside world feels more deliberate. The emptiness starts to feel less like absence, and more like the result of something that pushed everything else away. And at the center of it all is Arundel. Not a conqueror, not a world-ending threat, but someone who took advantage of isolation in the very worst possible way. In a game filled with massive conflicts and powerful figures, Jungvild stands out because of how small its story feels, and how personal that smallness makes it. There's no larger goal here, no impact on Skyrim as a whole, just a single place, a single person, and the lasting presence of something that should have never been allowed to exist, which in a strange way makes Jungvild feel even more isolated than before. What makes Jungvild stand apart from nearly every other cave in Skyrim isn't just its location or its atmosphere, it's how completely it separates itself from the patterns that define almost every other place in the game. Most caves, no matter how remote, still feel like they belong to Skyrim. They're literally within the main map. They connect to something, a nearby road, a passing faction, a quest line, or even just the natural flow of movement across the map. There's usually a sense that if you hadn't gone there, someone else eventually would have. That these places exist within the world, not just outside of it. Jungvild doesn't follow that rule. It feels like a place that exists beyond Skyrim's usual structure. Take something like Embershard Mine or Bleak Falls Barrow. Early locations that are technically isolated, yet constantly feel connected. Embershard sits just off a road, practically inviting discovery. Bleak Falls Barrow looms over Riverwood, visible from a distance, pulling you toward it through both sight and story. Even deeper, more hidden locations like Blackreach or Labyrinthian are tied into major quest lines or larger pieces of lore that anchor them firmly within the world. They may feel distant, but they are never disconnected. Jungvild is. There's no natural pull toward it, no quest that organically guides you there in the same way other locations do. You don't pass by it on the way to somewhere else. You don't see it looming in the distance, sparking curiosity. Instead, it sits far off the northern coast, almost deliberately placed where it won't be noticed. You have to choose to go there, and even that choice often feels random, like you've stumbled onto something that was never meant to be found in the first place. And that already puts it in a different category, but it goes further than that. Even when you compare Jungvild to other remote or forgotten locations, places like Frostflow Lighthouse or Kenstag Ruins, it feels more cut off. These locations, while isolated, still tell stories that connect back to the world in clear ways. Frostflow Lighthouse, for example, is tragic, but it's grounded, it's a family, a home, something familiar that was disrupted. You understand how it fits into Skyrim's broader reality. However, Jungvild doesn't offer that same grounding. It feels removed not just physically, but conceptually as well. The moment you step inside, it doesn't feel like you're exploring part of Skyrim anymore. It feels like you've stepped into something self-contained. Other caves often remind you of the outside world in subtle ways. You hear weather faintly through openings. You see light filtering in. You encounter enemies that feel like they came from somewhere else. There's always a thread connecting you back. Jungvild cuts that thread almost immediately. There's no sense of the outside bleeding in. No reminder that there's a world continuing beyond its walls. And compared to other caves, that absence becomes incredibly noticeable. Even the most dangerous or chaotic places in Skyrim, Falmer Dens, Dwemer Ruins, Vampire Lairs, still feel like part of a larger system. They exist because of something. Jungvild feels like it exists in isolation for the sake of isolation. And that changes how you experience it. In most caves and places in Skyrim for that matter, there's a rhythm. You enter, you fight, you explore, you leave. There's a familiarity to that loop, even places that are meant to feel unsettling. But Jungvild, which still has those kind of elements, disrupts that rhythm by stripping away the sense of progression tied to the outside world. You're not there to clear a path, uncover a major piece of history, or push forward a larger narrative. You're just there. And the longer you stay, the more that lack of connection starts to stand out. Because there's no external reason for anything happening inside to matter beyond the cave itself, other than the fact that Arundel was pushed away from Dawnstar. It doesn't ripple outward nonetheless. It doesn't tie back into a faction or a larger conflict. It stays contained. That containment is what really separates it from other locations. Even places designed to feel empty or abandoned, like Clam Digger's Camp or Refugees' Rest, still feel like they were once part of something bigger. There's a before and an after, a sense of time passing through them. But Jungvild feels frozen in a way that ignores that flow entirely. It doesn't feel like it was left behind. It feels like it was set apart, like it was never meant to be part of the world to begin with. And when you compare it to somewhere like Blackreach, the contrast becomes even clearer. Blackreach is hidden, massive, and deeply isolated in its own right. But it feels alive. It's connected to multiple entrances, multiple systems, and multiple stories. It's hidden, but it's integrated. Jungvild is hidden. And completely alone. No overlapping paths, no sense of shared space, no reason for anyone else to ever be there. And that final point might be what makes it feel the most isolated of all. Because Skyrim, even in the most dangerous places, feel like they could be stumbled upon by someone else. Another adventurer, a faction, a traveller who got lost. But Jungvild feels like a place that only exists when you were there. Like it disappears the moment you leave, returning to a kind of silence that no one else ever interrupts. It's not just that it's far away, it's that it feels unreachable in a way nothing else does. And when you start comparing it to everything else Skyrim offers, it becomes clear that Jungvild isn't just another cave. It's the closest the game gets to a place that feels completely and intentionally alone. Jungvild stands apart from every other cave in Skyrim for one simple reason. It doesn't feel like it belongs. From the moment you set foot on that isolated island to the second you step back out, there's this constant sense that you've gone somewhere you weren't really meant to be. Not just far away, but completely cut off. Other caves connect back to the world. They tie into quests, factions, or the land around them. Jungvild doesn't. It exists on its own, separate, self-contained, almost forgotten. And that's what makes it so effective, because the isolation isn't just about distance, it's about disconnection. From Skyrim, from people, from anything familiar. By the time you leave, it doesn't feel like you've just cleared another cave. It feels like you've returned from somewhere that was never fully a part of the world to begin with. Caves in Skyrim are supposed to be simple. You go in, clear out enemies, grab some loot, and move on. Most of the time, you know exactly what you're getting into. But some caves don't follow that pattern. Some of them feel wrong the moment you step inside. Not because they're harder, but because of what's in them. The atmosphere, the details, the things you start to notice the deeper you go. And by the time you understand what you've walked into, it's already left an impression. These aren't just dangerous caves. They're the ones that stick with you. The ones that tell a story you weren't expecting. The ones that feel heavier than they should. And the ones that turn a simple exploration into something a lot more unsettling than you signed up for. Tolvold's Cave doesn't feel like a place you're meant to visit. It feels like a place people tried to escape from and never could. From the moment you step inside, there's a weight to it that goes beyond the usual cave atmosphere. It's not just dark or dangerous, it feels abandoned, in a very specific way. Like whatever happened here pushed everything to a breaking point and then left it frozen in that state. The layout itself reinforces this. It isn't a clean, linear dungeon. It twists, branches, loops back on itself, creating a sense of disorientation that builds the longer you stay. You're not just moving forward, you're navigating something that feels unstable, like the cave doesn't want to be understood. That confusion ties directly into the story behind it. Tolvold's Cave is most closely associated with the Lost Expedition, searching for a crown, led by explorers who believed they could uncover something valuable deep within its chambers. On paper, it's a familiar Skyrim setup. Adventurers chasing treasure, venturing into unknown territory, expecting danger, but ultimately confident in their ability to overcome it. But the deeper you go, the clearer it becomes that this wasn't just a failed expedition. It was a collapse. The journals scattered throughout the cave tell the story piece by piece, and what they reveal is far more unsettling than a simple defeat. The explorers didn't just run into enemies and lose. They began to turn on each other. Paranoia set in, trust broke down. The pressure of being trapped in such a confusing and closed environment began to distort their thinking. They started to suspect betrayal, to question motives, to see threats where there might not have been any. And once that shift happens, there's no coming back from it. The cave didn't just kill them, it changed them. That's what makes this cave feel so traumatic compared to other locations. It isn't just about external danger, it's about internal collapse. The environment itself becomes part of the threat. The twisting paths, the lack of clarity, the sense of being lost even when you're moving forward. It all contributes to the same pressure that the expedition experienced. You're not just reading about their descent, you're moving through it. The enemies reinforce this in a very distinct way. Falmer inhabit the cave, and their presence adds another layer to the unease. They're not just hostile, they're adapted to this kind of environment. They move through it with ease, navigating the same confusing layout that disorientates you. That contrast makes every encounter feel more uneven. You're reacting, trying to understand where you are and what's around you, while they operate with complete familiarity. And it doesn't stop there. Charros roam the deepest sections, adding a more visceral kind of threat. Their movement, their sounds, the way they emerge from the darkness, it all contributes to a sense that the cave isn't just inhabited, but alive in a way that works against you. The further in you go, the less control you feel like you have. Encounters don't feel contained, they feel like interruptions in something larger, something that exists independently of your own presence. That lack of control mirrors the story of the expedition perfectly. They came in with a goal, a clear objective, a sense of direction, and they lost all of it. The cave stripped that away piece by piece until all that was left was confusion and suspicion. Even the pacing of the cave contributes to this feeling. It's not a quick experience, it stretches on, with multiple sections that feel similar enough to blur together but different enough to keep you uncertain. There's no clear rhythm to it, no sense of progression that reassures you that you're getting closer to the end. Instead, it feels like you're moving through layers of the same space, each one slightly more disorienting than the last. That repetition creates a kind of fatigue, not just for the character, but for you as the player. And that fatigue is important, because it mirrors what the explorers must have felt. The longer they stayed, the harder it became to maintain clarity, to trust each other, to stay grounded in reality. The cave doesn't challenge you, it wears you down. By the time you reach the deeper sections, where the crown of Barentia fragment lies, the significance of the treasure itself starts to feel secondary. It's still the objective, still the reason you're there, but it doesn't carry the same weight it might have at the start. Because everything you've experienced along the way reframes it. This wasn't worth it, not for them, and arguably not for you either. That realization is what makes the cave linger in your memory. It's not just another dungeon you cleared. It's a place where the story and the environment align in a way that reinforces each other. The confusion you feel isn't just gameplay, it's part of the narrative. The enemies aren't just obstacles, they're part of the ecosystem that contributed to the expedition's failure. Everything works together, and it all points in the same direction. This is what happens when control is lost, when direction fades, when isolation turns inward. That sense of collapse is made even more intense by just how hostile Tolvold's cave actually is, not just in design but in what inhabits it. This isn't a cave where danger comes in predictable waves. It feels layered, relentless, and constantly shifting. As you move through its different sections, the threats don't stay consistent, and that unpredictability adds to the pressure. You're not adapting to one type of enemy, you're constantly readjusting, never fully settling into a rhythm. Near the outer sections and higher elevations, the presence of ice wraiths immediately set the tone. They're not grounded enemies, they move erratically, almost bending, almost blending into the cold air itself. making them difficult to track and even harder to anticipate. Fighting them doesn't feel controlled, it feels reactive, like you're trying to hit something that doesn't fully exist in the same space as you. That alone creates tension early on, because it breaks the usual expectation of how encounters should feel. Then the cave shifts, frost trolls begin to appear, and with them comes a completely different kind of threat. Where ice wraiths are evasive and disorienting, frost trolls are direct and overwhelming. Their strength forces you into immediate high-pressure combat. They don't give you time to think, to plan, to recover. And in a cave that already feels confusing and enclosed, that kind of brute force becomes even more oppressive. You're not just fighting the enemy, you're fighting the space around you, trying to manage positioning in an environment that doesn't cooperate. Snow bears add another layer to this hostility. They're not as fast as trolls, but they are persistent, durable, and unpredictable in their own way. Their presence reinforces the idea that this cave isn't a controlled dungeon, it's an ecosystem. Different threats occupy different spaces, and moving through it feels like stepping into territories that weren't meant for you. And then there are the ghosts. This is where the cave's hostility shifts from physical to psychological. The spirits of the dead explorers don't just exist as enemies, they exist as reminders. They're not random, they're tied directly to the story, to the people who came here for the same reason you did and never made it out. Fighting them doesn't feel like clearing obstacles, it feels like confronting the aftermath of everything you've been reading about. They linger. They appear in spaces where the story starts to come together, reinforcing the idea that the cave didn't just kill these people, it trapped them. Their presence blurs the line between past and present. You're not just exploring what happened, you're standing in it, surrounded by it, forced to engage with it directly. And because of that, every encounter starts to feel heavier. You're not just progressing through enemies, you're moving through layers of failure, of desperation, of people who reached the same point you're at and couldn't go any further. That's what makes the hostility of Torvald's Cave so effective. It's not just constant, it's varied, unpredictable, and tied directly to the story. There's no moment where you feel fully in control, no point where the cave becomes manageable. Every new section introduces something different, something that forces you to adjust, to stay alert, to keep moving even when the environment itself feels like it's working against you. And when you combine that with everything else, the confusion, the isolation, the story of the expedition falling apart, it stops feeling like a standard dungeon entirely. Compared to other caves in Skyrim, which often focus on a single threat or a clear objective, Torvald's Cave feels layered. It's not just about fighting your way through, it's about understanding what happened, and more importantly, how it happened. The game doesn't spell it out for you. It gives you fragments, journals, environmental details, the placement of bodies, and leaves you to connect to them. And once you do, it changes how the entire cave feels, because you're no longer just exploring, you're retracing, following the same path, seeing the same signs, recognizing the same turning points that led to the expedition's collapse. And that creates a kind of tension that doesn't rely on surprise or difficulty. It relies on recognition, on the slow realization that you're walking through a pattern that's already been played out, that someone else made these choices, took these paths, pushed forward despite the warning signs, and it didn't end well. That's what makes Torvald's Cave one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim, not because it's the hardest, not because it's the most dangerous in a traditional sense, but because it's one of the few places where the danger isn't just something you fight, it's something you build over time, a loss of clarity, a loss of control, a slow shift from purpose to confusion. And by the time you leave, you don't feel like you've completed something. You feel like you've come out of something that wasn't just about survival, but about holding on to your sense of direction long enough to make it back out. And knowing that not everyone who went in managed to do the same. Movarth's Lair doesn't feel like a place you discover. It feels like a place you're led to after already knowing something is wrong. By the time you even approach the cave, the tone has already been set by Morthal itself. A town weighed down by suspicion, quiet fear, and a tragedy that no one fully understands at first. The burned house, the missing answers, the uneasy conversations, it all points towards something hidden, something operating just out of sight. And when Movarth's lair finally comes into focus, it doesn't feel like a reveal, it feels like a confirmation. The entrance alone sets the tone. It's not dramatic or imposing, but it feels concealed in a deliberate way, tucked into the marshland as if it's meant to be overlooked. There's no sense of grandeur, no indication that something powerful resides within. Just a quiet opening that leads into something far more controlled than it appears from the outside. And that control is what defines the entire experience. Because this isn't just a cave, it's a system. From the moment you step inside, the layout makes that clear. The tunnels aren't chaotic or purely natural, they feel structured, almost intentional. Paths lead into one another with a sense of purpose. And the more you go, it feels like you're moving through a space that has been shaped, not just occupied. This isn't a temporary hideout. It's a place that has been maintained, expanded, and used over time. And that's where the unease starts to build, because places like this don't exist without direction, without someone at the centre of it all. Movarth himself is that centre, and his presence defines everything about the cave, even before you reach him. He isn't just another vampire hiding in the dark. He's been here for a long time, operating quietly, building something beneath the surface of Morthal without drawing attention. His influence extends beyond the cave itself, reaching into the town through manipulation, control, and careful positioning. That's what makes this cave different from others. It's not isolated, it's connected. The vampires inside aren't just enemies, they're part of something organised. They move with purpose, positioned in ways that suggest awareness of their surroundings and their role within the space. This isn't a random occupation, it's coordination, and that coordination turns every encounter into something more than just a fight. It feels like you're disrupting something structured, something that has been functioning without interference for a long time. The presence of thralls reinforces this even further. These aren't just bodies or remnants, they are people who've been pulled into this system, stripped of autonomy, and repurposed. Some of them come from Morthal itself, which ties the cave directly back to the town in a way that feels invasive. This isn't a threat that exists outside the community, it's one that has reached into it, taken from it, and brought those people down here. And that connection is what makes the cave feel so personal. You're not just clearing out enemies, you're uncovering what's been happening to the people of Morthal. That realization shifts the tone completely. Every thrall you encounter isn't just an obstacle, they're evidence. Proof that the threat wasn't contained, that it extended outward, that it affected lives beyond the cave's walls. And because of that, the deeper you go, the more it feels like you're moving through the hidden half of the town itself. A version of it that exists underground, controlled, silent, and completely out of sight. The atmosphere supports this in subtle but effective ways. Unlike caves that rely on chaos or overwhelming danger, Movarth's lair feels restrained. The lighting is low, the sound design minimal, the movement within the cave deliberate. There's no sense of randomness. Everything feels placed, intentional, part of a larger design. That restraint creates tension, because it suggests that nothing here is accidental. Every tunnel, every encounter, every presence, it all serves as a purpose. And that purpose leads back to Movarth. When you finally reach him, the confrontation doesn't feel like climax of a dungeon. It feels like the exposure of something that has been hidden for far too long. He isn't just powerful, he's composed, controlled, exactly what you'd expect from someone who has been operating in secrecy for so long. There's no desperation in him, no sense that he's been cornered. Even in defeat, he feels like someone who was fully in control of his environment until the very end. And that's what makes him unsettling, not just what he is, but how long he's been able to exist without being stopped. That longevity raises questions that the cave itself doesn't answer directly. How many people were actually taken? How long has this been happening? How did it remain hidden for so long in a place as small as Morthal? The game doesn't give you clear numbers or timelines. It leaves you with implications. But if you start piecing those implications together, a clearer and far more unsettling picture begins to form. Movarth isn't just a random vampire. He's a figure with a documented past, known long before the events in Skyrim as a vampire hunter who ultimately became the very thing he once pursued. That alone suggests time. This isn't a recent transformation or a sudden appearance. He's had years, possibly decades, to refine how he operates. And by the time you encounter him in Morthal, he isn't experimenting anymore. He's established. The structure of the cave supports that idea. This isn't a temporary refuge or a recently claimed hideout. The layout, the number of occupants, the presence of both vampires and thralls, it all points towards something that has been building up gradually. Systems like this don't appear overnight. They require time to develop, to stabilize, to function without drawing attention. Every thrall you see represents a moment where someone disappeared, where someone was taken and never returned as themselves. And that's where the numbers start to become uncomfortable. Morthal is a small town. People notice when others go missing, but only to a point. In a place already defined by isolation and unease, disappearances can be explained away. Illness, travel, the dangers of the swamp. It wouldn't take many incidents over a long enough period for a pattern to form without ever being fully recognised as one. One person gone 1 month, another weeks later, spread out enough it doesn't look like a crisis. It looks like misfortune. And that's likely how Movarth kept it hidden. Not by avoiding attention completely, but by staying beneath the threshold where attention turns into action. The thralls themselves reinforce this. They aren't just generic figures. They're evidence of a process. People taken, turned, and repurposed over time. And because they've kept within the cave, removed from the surface, their existence doesn't feed back into the town in a visible way. There are no signs of struggle in the streets, no open conflict, no immediate reason for the guards to investigate further. Everything happens quietly, and that quiet is what allows it to continue. There's also the geography of Morthal itself. The surrounding marsh is dense, fog-covered, difficult to navigate. Visibility is low, movement is slow, and the environment naturally obscures what lies within it. A cave hidden in that landscape doesn't need elaborate defences. It just needs to exist in the right place. People don't wander aimlessly through the swamp. They stick to what they know, what's safe, what's visible. And Movarth operates just beyond that boundary, close enough to reach the town, far enough to remain unseen. That balance is what makes his operation sustainable. He doesn't overextend, he doesn't draw unnecessary attention. He takes what he needs, when he needs it, and maintains control over everything within his reach. And because of that restraint, the system continues, quietly, efficiently, for longer than anyone realizes it. By the time you uncover it, it doesn't feel like you've stopped something new. It feels like you've interrupted something that's been working exactly as intended. And with the resolution of the quest, it doesn't even fully remove that feeling. Movarth is defeated, the immediate threat is gone, but the knowledge of what was happening remains. The town doesn't suddenly feel safe. It just feels aware, like something has been uncovered, but not fully erased. And that lingering awareness is what makes the cave stick, because it doesn't end cleanly. It doesn't reset the environment or restore a sense of normalcy. It just removes one part of something larger and leaves you to consider what else might still be hidden. That's what defines Movarth's lair as one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because of how difficult it is, not because of how many enemies it contains, but because of what it represents. A system built in secret, a threat that operates quietly, a place that doesn't just exist on its own, but connects to something beyond it. And once you've seen that connection, once you understand how close it was to everything else, it becomes harder to look at places like Morthal the same way again. Because if something like that could exist just beneath it, undetected, uninterrupted for so long, then the question isn't just what was hidden there. It's what else might be hidden somewhere else, waiting just out of sight. Liar's Retreat doesn't feel like a dungeon you're meant to clear. It feels like a place you arrive at too late. From the outside, it presents itself as something relatively ordinary. A cave used by bandits, a hideout carved in the rocky terrain, the kind of place you've seen dozens of times before. There's no immediate signal that anything is different. No warning that what you're about to walk into isn't just another encounter, but the aftermath of something far more violent and far more final. And that's what makes it so effective. Because the shift doesn't happen at the entrance. It happens gradually, as you move deeper inside and start to realise that this isn't an active stronghold, it's what's left of one. The first signs are subtle: bodies in positions that don't quite line up with normal combat, equipment left scattered, not looted or rearranged, but dropped. The absence of movement in spaces that should be occupied. At first it feels like you've just arrived after a fight, but the deeper you go, the clearer it becomes that this wasn't a fight in the usual sense. It was a massacre. The bandits who once occupied Liar's Retreat didn't just lose control of the cave, they were overwhelmed. And the cause of that is what turns the entire location into something far more unsettling: the Falmer. Their presence isn't immediately obvious in the early sections, which makes the discovery of what happened feel more like a realization than a reveal. You piece it together through the environment, through the absence of survivors, through the way everything feels abruptly abandoned, and then you see them. The Falmer don't occupy the cave like bandits do. They don't establish a clear territory, don't leave visible signs of organisation that you can easily track. Instead, they move through it in a way that feels invasive, like they've taken over something without fully reshaping it. That contrast between what the cave was and what it has become is where the unease really sets in. Because the structure is still there, but the people aren't. And the way they're gone tells the story. Liar's Retreat isn't a place where the bandits made a last stand. There's no central point of defence, no clear attempt to hold ground. The bodies are scattered throughout the cave, suggesting panic, retreat, and ultimately failure to escape. Some are positioned as if they were caught off guard, others as if they tried to flee deep into the cave, only to run into something worse. That distribution matters, because it shows that this wasn't a controlled confrontation. It was chaos. The Falmer didn't just attack, they surged. And once they did, there was no recovery. That sense of sudden collapse is what makes the cave feel traumatic rather than just dangerous. You're not fighting through a threat that's currently active. You're moving through the remains of something that was already decided. The bandits never had a chance to regroup, never had a moment to stabilise the situation. Whatever happened here happened quickly, and it happened completely. The Falmer themselves reinforce this in how they behave. They don't feel like intruders. They feel like the new baseline. They move through the cave with familiarity, navigating spaces that were never designed by them, adapting without needing to change to the environment. That adaptability makes them feel less like occupants and more like something that spreads, something that fills whatever space becomes available. And that's what makes their presence so unsettling, because it suggests that this wasn't a unique event. It's something that they just do. Liar's Retreat just happens to be one of the places where you get to see the result. The deeper sections of the cave push this even further. As you move through into the areas where the Falmer presence is more concentrated, the environment starts to shift, not structurally, but tonally. The cave feels less like a bandit hideout and more like something reclaimed. The lighting, the sounds, the pacing of encounters, it all becomes more oppressive, more controlled by the Falmer rather than shaped by what came before. And that transition is seamless. There's no clear point where one ends and the other begins. It just happens, which mirrors what likely happened to the bandits themselves. They didn't have a moment where they realised they had lost. They were already losing by the time they understood what was happening. That lack of awareness is what makes the massacre feel so one-sided. This wasn't a battle between equals. It was an encounter between a group that thought it controlled the space and something that didn't need to respect that control at all. The Falmer don't operate by the same rules. They don't need light, don't rely on visibility, don't approach combat in a way that allows for preparation or strategy in the traditional sense. They move through darkness as if it's an advantage rather than a limitation. And in a cave like Liar's Retreat, that advantage becomes overwhelming. For the bandits, the cave was a base. For the Falmer, it was just another environment. And that difference is what determined the outcome. Even the pacing of the cave reflects this imbalance. You don't encounter the Falmer in a way that builds up to climax. You encounter them as a continuation of something that's already happened. There's no escalation, no moment where the threat suddenly becomes clear. It's just there, present, consistent, reinforcing the idea that the cave is no longer what it used to be. That consistency creates a kind of inevitability, because once the Falmer are present, the outcome feels fixed. There's no version of events where the bandits reclaim the cave, no alternative where things stabilise, just a before and an after, and you're standing right in that after. What makes Liar's Retreat even more unsettling is how differently it presents the Falmer compared to other caves they inhabit. In most Falmer locations, places like Blackreach or the deeper Dwemer ruins, the Falmer feel established. They've built around the environment, adapted it, shaped it into something that reflects their presence. You see their structures, their Charles pens, their pathways carved into spaces that already feel ancient and removed from the surface world. Those locations feel like Falmer territory from the start. You enter knowing what you're dealing with, and the environment prepares you for it. Liar's Retreat doesn't do that. It's not a Falmer cave, at least it wasn't. And that distinction matters, because instead of walking into a place defined by the Falmer, you're walking into a place that was taken by them. And that structure still reflects its original purpose as a bandit hideout. The layout hasn't been fully transformed, the environment hasn't been reshaped to suit Falmer life. It's caught in between, partially reclaimed, but not fully converted. And that in-between state is what makes it so much more disturbing. In a place like Blackreach, the Falmer feel like a natural extension of the environment. They belong there in a way that, while unsettling, is consistent. But in Liar's Retreat, they feel invasive, out of place, but not in a way that weakens them. In a way that shows how easily they can take something that wasn't theirs and make it function for them anyway. That adaptability is the real threat, because it means there's no safe boundary, no clear line where Falmer territory begins and ends. They don't need a specific kind of environment to exist. They can spread into whatever space becomes vulnerable. And Liar's Retreat is the perfect example of that vulnerability. A surface-level hideout, a place that should have been relatively secure, overtaken completely by something that didn't need to follow the same rules. That contrast makes the Falmer feel more aggressive here than in their usual environments. Not because they behave differently, but because the context changes how you interpret them. In their own caves, they're inhabitants. Here, they are conquerors. And the cave itself reflects that shift. It hasn't fully become theirs, but it's no longer what it was. It's something in between. And that's what makes it feel so unstable. You don't read about what happened, you see it. And that makes it harder to distance yourself from. Because there's no interpretation needed. The evidence is direct, clear, final. The cave doesn't ask you to solve a mystery. It shows you the exact result of one. And that result is absolute. Everyone who was here is gone. And what replaced them isn't just stronger, it's more suited to the space, more adapted, more permanent. That's what makes Liar's Retreat one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because of its difficulty, not because of its scale, but because of how completely it captures the moment where control is lost and never regained. It's not a story about struggle, it's a story about being overtaken, about a place that belonged to one group and now belongs to something else entirely. And the transition between those two states is so complete, so irreversible, that it doesn't feel like a change. It feels like erasure. A reminder that in Skyrim, some places don't just fall, they get replaced. And once that happens, there's nothing left to reclaim. Stillborn Cave doesn't try to hide what it is. The name alone already tells you that something went wrong here long before you ever step inside. But even with that warning, nothing really prepares you for how heavy the place feels once you're actually in it. It's not a large cave, not particularly complex, and on paper, it should be a quick stop. Clear the enemies, move on, forget it. But the moment you begin to notice what's scattered throughout its interior, it stops feeling like a standard location and starts feeling like something far more deliberate. Because Stillborn Cave isn't just another Falmer nest or animal den. It's a place defined by what's left behind. The first thing that stands out is how quiet it feels. Not silent in a literal sense. There are still enemies, still movement, but quiet in tone. There's no sense of activity beyond what's immediately in front of you. No suggestion that this place is functioning in any ongoing way. It feels static, like everything that needed to happen here already has. And that stillness makes the details stand out more. Because the cave is filled with skeletons, remains of people who died here before. Not in the usual Skyrim way, where bones are scattered as part of the environment or tied to ancient ruins. These feel different. Their placement, their proximity to each other, the way they're grouped, it all suggests that they didn't just end up here randomly. There's a pattern to them, even if it isn't immediately obvious. Some are positioned as if they were together, others as if they were trying to move, to escape, to reach something. And that's where the unease starts to build, because these aren't just remains, they're traces of a moment that didn't end well. The more you move through the cave, the clearer that becomes. There's no sign of a structured settlement, no indication that this was a place people lived in for long. Instead, it feels like somewhere people ended up, a point they reached rather than a place they built. And that distinction matters, because it changes how you interpret what happened here. This wasn't a community that slowly declined. It was a group that arrived and then didn't leave. The presence of the Falmer deeper in the cave adds context, but not in a way that simplifies things. They're part of the environment, part of the danger, but they don't fully explain the arrangement of the skeletons. If anything, they complicate it. Because while the Falmer are clearly hostile, the state of the cave suggests something more drawn out than a single violent encounter. It doesn't feel like a battle. It feels like something slower, something that happened over time. The name Stillborn starts to carry more weight the longer you stay. It's not just a grim title, it feels descriptive, like whatever was meant to happen here never had the chance to fully exist. A group that never established itself, a journey that ended before it could become anything else. There's a sense of interruption to the entire space, like you're looking at something that was cut off before it had the chance to develop. And that creates a very specific kind of discomfort, because there's no resolution, no clear narrative that ties everything together, just an outcome. The skeletons themselves become the focus of that outcome. They're not hidden, not tucked away. They're part of the cave's identity. You can't move through the space without noticing them, without being reminded of them. And because of that, they start to feel less like background detail and more like the central element of the location. They are what define it. And the lack of explanation surrounding them is what makes them unsettling, because you're left to fill in the gaps yourself. Were these travelers, refugees, a group trying to escape something else? The game doesn't tell you. There are no journals, no direct clues, no single piece of evidence that gives you a clear answer. And that absence is intentional. It forces you to engage with the space differently, to look at what's there and try to understand it without being guided. That process of trying to reconstruct what happened without being given a clear narrative is what makes Stillborn Cave stick with you. The enemies are there, but they're not the focus. They don't define the experience. The remains do. Because they don't change, they don't react, they just exist. And that existence creates a kind of permanence that's hard to ignore. Compared to other caves in Skyrim, which often revolve around a central story or a specific event, Stillborn Cave feels more fragmented. It doesn't present a complete picture. It gives you pieces and leaves the rest up to you. And because of that, the story you build in your head can end up being more unsettling than anything the game could have explicitly shown. That ambiguity is what gives the cave its impact, because it never fully resolves. You leave with the same questions you had when you entered, just with more context, more detail, more reason to think about them. Even the scale of the cave contributes to this. It's not expansive, not layered in the way larger dungeons are. Everything is relatively close together, which means the details aren't spread out. They're concentrated. You don't have long stretches of empty space between discoveries. Everything is immediate, present, unavoidable. And that makes it harder to distance yourself from. You can't just move past it, you have to move through it. The Falmer presence, while secondary to the overall tone, still plays an important role. They represent the current state of the cave, the continuation of something after whatever originally happened has already concluded. They don't explain the past, but they define the present. And that contrast between what was and what is adds another layer to that unease, because it suggests that the cave didn't just end. It was taken over, reused, repurposed. And whatever happened to the people who were here became part of the environment, something absorbed into the space rather than removed. When you compare Stillborn Cave to other traumatic caves in Skyrim, What stands out isn't just what happened, but how little of it is explained. In places like Tolvold's cave, the trauma comes from unraveling a clear sequence of events. An expedition enters, paranoia builds, everything collapses within. You follow that descent step by step, almost reliving it as you move deeper. In Movarth's lair, the horror is structured, controlled. There's a system behind it, a clear cause and effect tied to a single figure pulling the strings. Liar's Retreat shows you the aftermath of a violent takeover, a moment where control is lost instantly and completely. Stillborn Cave doesn't give you any of that clarity. There's no defined timeline, no central figure, no single event you can point to and say, this is what happened. And that lack of structure makes it feel more unsettling in a different way. Where other caves guide your understanding, Stillborn Cave removes the guidance entirely. You're not retracing steps, you're guessing them. You're trying to build a narrative out of fragments that don't quite connect. And that uncertainty becomes part of the experience. It also differs in scale and intensity. Tolvold's cave overwhelms you with complexity and pressure, constantly shifting and disorientating you. Liar's Retreat hits you with the immediacy of violence, a clear before and after that's impossible to ignore. Movarth's lair unsettles you through connection, tying the cave directly to a town and making the threat feel invasive. Stillborn Cave feels contained, but not in a comforting way, in a way that feels sealed off, like whatever happened here stayed here. It doesn't reach outward, doesn't connect to a larger system, doesn't build into something bigger. It just exists, isolated, holding on to its outcome without explanation. And that isolation is what makes it stand out, because it removes context, it removes resolution. It leaves you with something that doesn't expand the world, it just sits within it, unresolved. Compared to other caves which often feel like parts of larger stories, Stillborn Cave feels like a fragment that was never complete. And that incompleteness becomes its defining feature. It doesn't tell you what to think. It leaves you with just enough to realize that whatever happened here didn't follow a clean narrative. And that makes it harder to process, because there's nothing to anchor your understanding to. No beginning, no clear middle, just an end. And the remains of how it might have happened. That's what sets it apart. Not the scale, not the danger, but the absence of explanation. And that absence lingers far longer than any defined story ever could. Everything is constant, unchanging. And because of that, it anchors the entire experience. That's what makes Stillborn Cave one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because it overwhelms you with danger, not because it presents a clear, dramatic story, but because it leaves you with something incomplete. A place where something ended without explanation, where people arrived and never left, where the only thing that remains is the evidence of that outcome. And no matter how long you spend there, no matter how closely you look, that outcome never becomes clearer. It just becomes heavier. Because sometimes the most unsettling places in Skyrim aren't the ones that tell you exactly what happened, but the ones that leave you with just enough to understand that whatever it was, it didn't end well. Darkfall Cave doesn't feel like a place you explore. It feels like a place you descend into, both physically and mentally. From the moment you step inside, there's a shift in tone that sets it apart from almost every other cave in Skyrim. It's not just darker, not just more isolated. It feels removed, like you've stepped out of the normal world and into something quieter, older, and far less defined. And that only deepens the further you go, because Darkfall Cave isn't just a cave, it's a transition. At first, it presents itself simply enough, a cold enclosed space with limited visibility, the kind of environment you've seen before, but almost immediately there's a sense that this place isn't meant to be navigated in the same way as others. The paths don't guide you clearly, the lighting is minimal, forcing you to rely on instinct rather than direction. And the deeper you move, the more the cave seems to open and close around you in ways that feel unpredictable. You're not just progressing, you're slipping further in. That lack of clarity is what defines the early part of Darkfall Cave. Unlike caves that establish a rhythm, enemy, corridor, room, repeat, this one disrupts that pattern entirely. Movement feels slower, more deliberate. You're constantly adjusting, trying to understand the layout, trying to stay orientated in a space that doesn't offer many clear points of reference. And then, just like usual, the Falmer appear. Their presence changes everything again, but not in the way you might expect. In other caves, Falmer encounters feel aggressive, immediate, designed to overwhelm. Here they feel quieter, more integrated into the environment. They don't just exist in the cave, they belong to it. They move through it with familiarity, navigating darkness and terrain with ease while you struggle to keep up. That contrast creates a different kind of tension. You're not just fighting enemies, you're out of place. The Falmer aren't the only threat though. Charos lurk deeper within, adding another layer of unpredictability that keeps you from ever feeling settled. Their sudden appearances, their movement through the environment, it all reinforces the idea that this cave isn't structured for you. It's structured around something else, something that existed here long before you arrived. And as you move further in, the cave begins to change, subtly at first. The tight and closed space begins to open up. The darkness shifts, giving way to faint light. The environment transitions from oppressive to something almost surreal. You start to hear water, see reflections, notice details that weren't present before. And then eventually, you reach the Forgotten Vale. That moment is where Darkfall Cave reveals what it really is. Not just a location, but a passage, a boundary between one space and another. And that transition is what makes it so unsettling, because everything leading up to it feels like a descent into something unknown, something disconnected from the rest of Skyrim. And when you finally emerge into the Vale, the contrast doesn't feel like relief, it feels disorienting. The open space, the light, the scale of the area, it all comes so suddenly that it's hard to process. You don't feel like you've arrived somewhere new. You feel like you've crossed into something differently entirely. That shift recontextualizes the entire cave. It wasn't just a dungeon you cleared. It was a path you followed, one that led you somewhere you couldn't have reached any other way. And because of that, everything inside the cave takes on a different meaning. The darkness isn't just atmosphere, it's separation. The confusion isn't just design, it's transition. The enemies aren't just obstacles, they're part of the boundary. And that boundary is what makes Darkfall Cave one of the most traumatic caves in Skyrim. Not because of what happens inside it, but because of where it takes you. That sense of transition becomes even clearer when you compare Darkfall Cave to places like Gloomreach and Chillwind Depths. Because both of these caves approach Falmer territory in a completely different way. Gloomreach, for example, is expansive, open in a subterranean sense, and filled with bioluminescent mushrooms that create an eerie but strangely readable environment. You can see where you're going, you can understand the scale of the space. Even though it's dangerous, it feels established, like a place that exists on its own terms, with a clear identity and a visible ecosystem. The Falmer there feel rooted. They've adapted the environment, built around it and made it their own in a way that feels almost stable, even if it's hostile. Chillwind Depths operates similarly, though in a more enclosed and oppressive way. It's darker, tighter, and more suffocating, but it follows a recognizable structure. You descend deeper, encounter stronger resistance, and gradually uncover more of what lies beneath. The presence of Falmer and Charos builds in intensity, but it's consistent. You understand the progression, even if it's uncomfortable. It feels like a place you're meant to conquer, step by step, layer by layer. Darkfall Cave doesn't follow either of those patterns. It doesn't feel established like Gloomreach. It doesn't feel structured like Chillwind Depths. Instead, it feels in between. Where Gloomreach invites you to observe its environment, and Chillwind Depths forces you to push through it, Darkfall Cave keeps you uncertain the entire time. Visibility is limited, but not in a way that creates straightforward tension. It creates disorientation. The paths don't clearly signal progression, and the environment don't stabilize long enough for you to feel like you've adapted to it. And the Falmer reflect that difference. In Gloomreach, they feel like inhabitants. In Chillwind Depths, they feel like defenders. And in Darkfall Cave, they feel like part of the transition itself. They don't just occupy the space, they reinforce its instability. They appear in ways that feel less predictable, less tied to territory, and more tied to movement. You don't get the sense that you're clearing areas or gaining control. You're just passing through spaces where they already existed. That lack of control is what separates Darkfall Cave from the others. In both Gloombreach and Chillwind Depths, there's a sense that you're progressing towards something, an endpoint, a goal, a resolution. The caves feel like complete experiences contained within themselves. Darkfall Cave, on the other hand, never feels complete on its own. It feels like part of something larger, something that extends beyond its boundaries. And that's what makes it so different, because it's not trying to be a destination, it's trying to move you somewhere else, which makes everything inside it feel less like a challenge to overcome, and more like a space you have to endure long enough to pass through. It doesn't tell you a story, it literally puts you inside one. And that story isn't about survival or conflict, it's about movement, about leaving one place and arriving in another, without fully understanding what lies between them. That's what lingers, not the enemies, not the layout, but the feeling of crossing something, of moving through a space that exists not for its own sake, but as a connection between two worlds. And once you've experienced that, it changes how you see caves in Skyrim, because it shows that they don't all serve the same purpose. Some are destinations, some are challenges, and some, like Darkfall Cave, are something else entirely. A passage, a threshold, a place that doesn't just exist on its own, but exists to take you somewhere you weren't meant to reach easily. And that's what ultimately makes it traumatic. Not because it overwhelms you, but because it removes your sense of control, your sense of place, and replaces it with something uncertain, something transitional, something that doesn't fully belong to the world you thought you understood. And by the time you come out the other side, you don't just feel like you've completed a cave. You feel like you've passed through something that changed the space around you and your place within it. Skyrim is a land built on myth, power, and conflict. Its mountains are tall, its holds proud, and its ruins ancient. But beneath its snow-covered peaks and stone cities lies a darker world, a world of secret rituals, forgotten gods, and the remnants of people who have never truly let go of their old forbidden faiths. Among these shadowed places, none are quite as unsettling as Wolfskull Cave. Hidden in the cliffs west of Solitude, Wolfskull Cave is more than just another dungeon. It's a wound in the world, a reminder that even the proud and orderly imperial capital is built on something twisted and restless. Inside, necromancers gather, chanting in the dark, their voices echoing through the hollowed bones of the earth. Their goal? To bring back Potema Septim, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, a woman so vile, so consumed by ambition and death, that even in death she refused to stay gone. To understand why Wolfskull Cave is so disturbing, one must first understand the figure whose legacy it preserves. Potema Septim, the Wolf Queen. Potema was not merely an evil ruler. She was a force of nature, a storm in human form. The daughter of Pelagius II and the aunt of the Emperor Uriel Septim III, she manipulated the very empire from within, sowing chaos in pursuit of power. Her reign of influence was one of deceit, war, and black sorcery. Even in death, her name lingered like a curse, whispered through the catacombs of Solitude. The legends say she could speak to the dead. Others claim she fed on their souls. When she finally died, her body was entombed deep beneath Solitude, but her spirit, her will, refused to fade. Centuries later, necromancers sought to bring her back, choosing Wolfskull Cave as the place of her resurrection. The choice was deliberate. This cave, carved into the bones of an ancient hill, feels alive. The walls breathe, the air hums with magic, and every echo sounds like a whisper. It's a place where death never truly rests. What makes Wolfskull Cave so unsettling isn't what happens inside, it's where it is. The cave sits just west of Solitude, the capital of Skyrim, a city ruled by imperial authority, guarded by soldiers and seen as a beacon of order and civilization. Yet mere minutes from its gates lies a pit of blasphemy, a necromantic cult openly conducting rituals to resurrect a centuries-old queen of evil. The proximity is disturbing. It suggests that darkness in Skyrim is not distant. It thrives right under the noses of the powerful. While nobles feast in the Blue Palace and merchants trade in Solitude Square, the dead are being awakened in the hills nearby. It's this contrast between civilization and corruption that makes Wolfskull Cave so haunting. It's not just a place of danger, it's a reminder that Skyrim's peace is fragile, its light barely holding back the shadows. When the Dragonborn enters Wolfskull Cave during the quest The Man Who Cried Wolf, they find something few players forget. Deep inside, a massive cavern opens, a chasm lit by blue magical fire. Necromancers stand on platforms carved from stone, chanting in unison, their voices weaving through the air like smoke. Lightning crackles, bones rattle, and in the center, above a pit of spectral energy, a ghostly figure begins to form. "Return, O Wolf Queen, return to us," they cry. This is the summoning of Potema, a ritual of resurrection so powerful it shakes the very cave itself. The player witnesses the spectral outline of her spirit, clawing her way back toward the mortal realm, her laugh echoing across the stone walls. Even when the Dragonborn disrupts the ritual, it's too late. The ritual succeeds partially. Potema returns as a restless spirit, her essence scattered across the crypts of solitude. Unlike many of Skyrim's caves, Wolfskull Cave feels deliberate. It's not a mine nor a natural tunnel system. It does feel built, as though someone long ago carved it out with intention. The stone is unnaturally smooth in places, and certain chambers bear the marks of old rituals. Torches flicker blue, chains hang from the ceiling, ancient runes faintly glow when light passes over them. It's unclear whether the necromancers chose this cave for its seclusion or because it was already tainted. Some believe it was once a temple to Daedric forces, possibly Molag Bal or Namira. Others think Potema herself may have used it during her lifetime as a site of dark experiments. Whatever the truth, its architecture tells a story. This place was meant for worship, for sacrifice, and for secrecy. The deeper you go, the more it feels like the mountain itself wants to swallow you whole. Wolfskull Cave is filled with sound, whispers, wind, the hum of necromantic energy. But there's something else, something quieter, yet more disturbing. Presence. When walking through its corridors, players often describe feeling watched. The shadows seem thicker than they should ever be. The chanting doesn't always stop when you defeat the necromancers. Sometimes, even after the ritual ends, faint echoes of her laughter can still be heard. This isn't imagination, it's environmental storytelling. The designers of Skyrim created Wolfskull Cave to feel haunted. Even without ghosts or monsters, the atmosphere alone creates unease. The lighting is pale and sickly, the geometry is claustrophobic, funneling you ever downward. The air is filled with faint dust motes like ash. It's as if the cave itself resents your presence, as though you are trespassing in a sacred tomb that wants to remain undisturbed. Although the player stops the initial summoning in The Man Who Cried Wolf, Potema's resurrection cannot be undone. Later, during the quest The Wolf Queen Awakened, you must enter her catacombs beneath Solitude to finish what the necromancers began, to destroy what they revived. This narrative thread, however, always leads back to Wolfskull Cave. It's where it started. It's where the boundary between life and death was first perceived. What's chilling is that even though you cleanse Solitude of Potema's influence, Wolfskull Cave remains. The necromancers may be dead, but the energy lingers. The torches still burn. The cave never resets to normal wildlife like other dungeons. It remains forever marked as though the ritual carved a scar into the land itself. Wolfskull Cave is no longer just a location. It's a symptom of something deeper, Skyrim's inability to let go of its past. Why Wolfskull? The name itself carries weight. Wolves in Nordic mythology are creatures of death and inevitability. They represent the wild, the uncontainable, the devourer of the sun at the end of the world. To add skull to that image creates something doubly grim, a symbol of both savagery and mortality. The Wolf Queen herself embraced that symbol. Her followers often referred to her as the wolf among the sheep, the devourer of kings. In resurrecting her, the necromancers sought to awaken not just her power, but her spirit and her hunger. Thus, Wolf Skull Cave becomes a shrine not just to Potama, but to the concept of corruption itself. It's where the civilized world's mask slips, revealing the beast beneath. What truly makes Wolf Skull Cave disturbing is not just its lore, but its psychological weight. It's not filled with jump scares or overwhelming enemies. It's filled with implication. Everything about it suggests desecration. The bones piled high, the blood-stained altars, the ritual chambers echoing with phantom chants. Even when empty, the place feels alive, as though the walls remember the horrors committed within them. Skyrim has many dangerous dungeons, but few feel as morally wrong as Wolf Skull Cave. Here, death isn't just an accident of war or survival, a deliberate perversion of the natural order. That makes it one of the most disturbing locations in all of Skyrim, not because of monsters, but because of human evil. Wolf Skull Cave stands as one of Skyrim's most disturbing locations because it's not about what's alive, it's about what refuses to stay dead. Potama's laughter may have faded, her bones may have crumbled, but her spirit lingers in the darkness. The cave remains silent and waiting, like a wound that never quite closes. Skyrim is full of monsters, bandits and beasts, but only in Wolf Skull Cave does evil feel so human. And that is what makes it truly terrifying. Wolf Skull Cave is not just a place of death. It's a reminder that in Skyrim, some nightmares don't end, they endure. When you look at all of these caves together, what really stands out isn't just how dangerous they are, it's how differently they leave an impact on you. Because traumatic in Skyrim doesn't come from difficulty alone, it comes from what you walk away thinking about after you've left. Some caves overwhelm you with pressure. They confuse you, wear you down, make you feel like you're losing control the deeper you go. Others hit you with the aftermath of something that already happened, places where the story is finished, and all that's left is the evidence of how badly it ended. And then there are caves that don't give you answers at all. They leave gaps, fragments, just enough for you to understand that something went wrong, but not enough to ever fully piece it together. That's what makes them stick. Because you're not just fighting through enemies, you're experiencing something that lingers beyond the moment. One cave might trap you in a slow collapse, where everything falls apart from the inside. Another might show you what it looks like when something is overtaken completely, replaced without a trace of what came before. Some feel personal, small, contained, while others feel like transitions, like you're passing through something that isn't meant to be understood in a single visit. And the key thing they all share, they don't resolve cleanly. You finish them, you leave, but they don't feel finished. There's always something left behind, an image, a detail, a question that doesn't quite settle. And that's what separates these caves from the rest of Skyrim. Most locations are designed to be completed, understood, moved on from. These aren't. They stay with you because they don't give you closure, because they rely on you to connect the dots, to interpret what you saw, to sit with the implications, instead of being told exactly what to think. And once you've experienced enough of them, it changes how you explore the rest of Skyrim. You stop rushing, you start paying attention. You notice details you might have ignored before, because you realize that some of the darkest parts of Skyrim aren't hidden behind bosses or locked doors. They're hidden in plain sight, in spaces between fights, in the things the game doesn't explain, and in the quiet realization that sometimes the most traumatic places aren't the ones that challenge you the most, but the ones that leave you with something you can't quite shake, even after you're gone. Skyrim is a land built on history, not just the kind you're told through quests and dialogue, but the kind that's buried in its ruins, carved into its walls, and hidden in places most players walk straight past. Ancient cities lie beneath the surface, Forgotten tombs hold the stories of long-dead kings, and entire civilizations leave behind traces that are never fully explained. Some locations don't just exist for exploration or combat. They exist to tell a story, not loudly, not directly, but through atmosphere, design, and the small details that piece together something much larger than what you see on the surface. Because in Skyrim, the world doesn't revolve around the player. It existed long before you arrived. And in some places, you can still feel that history pressing in from every direction. Buried beneath the frozen landscape not far from Winterhold lies Sarthal, a ruin that at first glance might seem just like any other Nordic tomb. Another stretch of stone corridors filled with Draga and forgotten relics. But the deeper you go, the more it becomes clear that Sarthal is not just a ruin. It is one of the most historically significant locations in all of Skyrim. A place where the foundations of human presence in the province were first established, and where one of the most important and suspicious events in the Elder Scrolls history took place. Unlike many locations that hint at lore through scattered details, Sarthal is defined by its past, with every part of it tied to a story that reaches far beyond the ruin itself. Sarthal is known as the first human settlement in Skyrim, founded by Ysgramor and his companions after their arrival from Atmora. That alone gives it weight. This is not just an old city, it is the beginning of Nordic civilization in the region. Everything that comes after, the holds, the culture, the identity of Skyrim itself, traces back in some way to this place. But Sarthal's importance isn't just in its founding, it's in what happened shortly after. The Night of Tears. According to Nordic history, the Snow Elves attacked Sarthal, slaughtering its inhabitants in a sudden and devastating assault. Ysgramor, one of the few survivors, fled back to Atmora and returned later with the 500 companions, beginning the long and brutal conflict that would eventually lead to the near extinction of the Snow Elves as a visible civilization. This event is often framed as the catalyst for one of the most defining wars in Skyrim's history, a moment that shaped the province's cultural and racial tensions for generations. But this place complicates that narrative, because as you explore the ruin, you begin to uncover something that doesn't quite align with the traditional telling of events. The Eye of Magnus, a powerful and mysterious artifact hidden deep within Sarthal, suggests that the city was not just a settlement, but a site of immense magical significance. And that raises a question that the game never fully answers. Did the Snow Elves attack Sarthal out of pure aggression, or were they trying to reclaim or protect something hidden beneath it? That ambiguity is what makes Sarthal so lore-rich. It doesn't just present history, it challenges it. The version of events told by the Nords is clear and emotionally driven, a peaceful settlement destroyed by a hostile force. But the presence of the Eye of Magnus introduces doubt. It implies that there may have been more to the story, something that was either misunderstood or deliberately omitted over time. And that idea, that history is shaped by perspective, runs through the entire location. Even the structure of Sarthal reflects this layered path. As you move through the ruin, you're not just exploring a tomb, you're moving through different periods of time. The original settlement, the aftermath of the attack, and the later use of the site as a burial ground all overlap in a way that makes the location feel less like a single place and more like a timeline carved into stone. Each section tells a different part of the story, but none of them give you the full picture on their own. The involvement of the College of Winterhold adds another layer to this as well. When you first visit Sarthal, it's as part of a scholarly excavation, a controlled attempt to study and understand the past. But even this approach also feels limited. The college recognises the importance of the site, but it doesn't fully grasp the implications of what it contains. The discovery of the Eye of Magnus quickly shifts the focus from history to immediate danger, pulling attention away from the deeper question that this tomb raises. And that shift feels intentional, because Sarthal isn't a place that gives you answers. It's a place that leaves you with uncertainty. The Draga that inhabit the ruin are another reminder of this. Like many Nordic tombs, they represent the dead clinging to what remains of their world. But in Sarthal, they feel more significant. These are not just ancient warriors. They are the remnants of the very first Nords to settle in Skyrim. Their presence ties the player directly to that origin point, turning what could have been a standard dungeon into something far more meaningful. There's also a quiet tragedy to this tomb that isn't immediately obvious. It was once a beginning, a place of hope and expansion and new life. But now it's a grave, not just for the people who died there, but for the truth of what actually happened. The story has been told, retold, and solidified into something that may not fully reflect reality. And Sarthal, buried and forgotten for so long, becomes a symbol of that loss. In many ways, it represents how Skyrim handles its own history, not as something fixed and certain, but as something shaped by those who survive it. What makes Sarthal stand out among Skyrim's many ruins is not just its age or its connection to major events, but the way it encourages you to question what you're being told. It doesn't rely on spectacle or scale to convey its importance. Instead, it builds its significance through implication, through the gaps in its story, and that's what makes it one of the most lore-rich places in the entire game. Because it's not just about what happened there, it's about what we think happened, and how easily that understanding can be incomplete. Sarthal doesn't just show you the past. It reminds you that the past, especially in a world like Skyrim, is never as simple as it seems. Few places in Skyrim feel as heavy with history as Labyrinthian. Unlike many ruins that hint at the past through scattered details or isolated events, Labyrinthian feels like a location where multiple eras of Skyrim's history have collapsed in on themselves. It is not just ancient, it is layered, almost suffocatingly so, with each corridor and chamber representing a different moment in time. Nordic legacy, dragon cult influence, and the rise and fall of the College of Winterhold all intersect here, turning Labyrinthian into something far greater than a dungeon. It becomes a convergence point, a place where Skyrim's past refuses to stay buried. Long before it became associated with mages and magical disasters, Labyrinthian was known as Bromjanar, a significant city during the time of the dragon cult. This alone places it among the most important locations in ancient Skyrim. The dragon priests were not just powerful figures, they were central to the structure of Nordic society at the time, ruling through both religious authority and fear. Bromjanar, as one of their strongholds, would have been a place of immense influence, deeply tied to the worship of dragons and the systems that upheld their dominance. But like many remnants of that era, Labyrinthian does not present this history in a clear or complete way. Instead, it lingers in fragments, in the architecture, in the presence of dragon priest masks, and most notably, in the hidden Bromjanar sanctuary. This secret area, accessible only through the collection of all dragon priest masks, feels almost mythological in its design. It exists outside of normal gameplay flow, disconnected from any quest, and yet it holds one of the most powerful artifacts tied to the dragon cult. The fact that such an important piece of lore is hidden away, requiring extensive exploration and dedication to uncover, reinforces the idea that Labyrinthian's history is not meant to be easily understood. And that's just one layer. Centuries later, Labyrinthian becomes tied to the College of Winterhold through one of the most infamous events in its history, the failed expedition of Archmage Savos Aran and his fellow apprentices. This is where the ruin shifts from ancient history to something more personal, more immediate. As you progress through Labyrinthian during the college questline, you witness echoes of that expedition, not through direct interaction, but through spectral memories that replay the group's final moments. These scenes are some of the most effective pieces of environmental storytelling in Skyrim. They don't just tell you what happened, they show you the gradual breakdown of trust, the desperation, and ultimately the betrayal that defined the expedition. Savos, who would later become Archmage, survives by sacrificing his fellow students. sealing them away to contain a powerful entity known as Morokai. It's a decision that ensured his survival and, by extension, his rise to power. But it also casts a long shadow over his character. What makes this particularly compelling is how it reframes the College of Winterhold itself. The institution presents itself as a place of learning and control, a refuge for those who study magic. But Labyrinthian also reveals a darker side, one where ambition and fear and the pursuit of knowledge can lead to irreversible consequences. It suggests that the college's authority is not as stable or as moral as it might appear, adding another layer of complexity to its role in Skyrim. Then there's Morokai. As one of the dragon priests, Morokai represents the lingering power of the dragon cult, a direct link between Skyrim's ancient past and its present. His presence within Labyrinthian ties the two major layers of the ruin together, the era of the dragon priests and the more recent history of the college. He is both a relic and a threat, something that should have remained buried but continues to influence events long after his time has passed. This blending of timelines is what makes Labyrinthian feel so unique. Most locations in Skyrim are rooted in a single identity: a Nordic tomb, a Dwemer ruin, a bandit camp. Labyrinthian refuses that simplicity. It is all of those things at once, shifting between identities as you move through it. One moment you're navigating ancient burial chambers, the next you're witnessing the aftermath of a magical catastrophe. The environment never lets you settle into a single interpretation of what the place is. Even the name Labyrinthian feels intentional as well. It's not just a physical maze, though it certainly functions as one. It's a narrative maze as well, a place where history loops back on itself, where answers lead to more questions, and where understanding the full story requires piecing together fragments from entirely different time periods. There's no single clear explanation for everything that has happened here. Instead, you're left to navigate the complexity on your own. There's also a sense of isolation that amplifies all of this. Labyrinthian is not a place people casually visit. It sits in the mountains, distant and imposing, separated from the rest of Skyrim both geographically and thematically. When you enter it, you're stepping into something self-contained, a pocket of history that has remained largely untouched. That isolation allows its stories to linger, undisturbed, giving the entire location a kind of eerie permanence. And in the end, what makes Labyrinthian one of the most lore-rich places in Skyrim is not just the amount of history it contains, but the way that history is presented. It's not organised or easily digestible. It's fragmented, overlapping, and often contradictory. It forces you to engage with it, to question it, to accept that you may never fully understand everything it holds. It is a place where power was once centralised, where knowledge led to betrayal, and where the past continues to shape the present in ways that are never fully resolved. Labyrinthian doesn't just tell a story, it buries it, and leaves you to find your way through it. Hidden deep within the mountains of the Reach, carved directly into the stone and concealed behind layers of secrecy, Skyhaven Temple stands as one of the most historically dense and quietly significant locations in all of Skyrim. Unlike ruins that tell fragmented stories or isolated events, Skyhaven Temple feels deliberate, constructed with purpose, preserved with intention, and tied directly to one of the most important ongoing conflicts in the Elder Scrolls universe: the war between dragons and those sworn to hunt them. It is not just a relic of the past, it is a continuation of it. Skyhaven Temple was built by the Blades, an ancient order dedicated to serving the Dragonborn and, more importantly, to combating the threat of dragons. But by the time you discover it, the Blades are nearly extinct, hunted down and dismantled by the Thalmor following the events of the Great War. That context alone gives the temple a sense of weight. This is not just headquarters. It is the last remnant of a once powerful organisation, a place that has outlived the people it was built to serve. And yet, despite its emptiness, it doesn't feel abandoned. It feels like it's waiting. The journey to Skyhaven Temple reinforces this idea. You don't just stumble upon it, you have to earn your way in. Hidden behind Karthspire, guarded by Forsworn, and sealed with mechanisms that require the blood of a Dragonborn, the temple is intentionally inaccessible. This isn't a place meant to be found by chance. It is designed to remain hidden until the right person arrives. And that design speaks volumes about the Blades themselves. They weren't just warriors, they were strategists, planners, individuals who understood the importance of secrecy and legacy. Once inside, the temple reveals its true significance through the Alduin's Wall, a massive carved relief that depicts the history of dragons, the rise of Alduin, and the eventual defeat brought about by a Dragonborn. This is one of the clearest examples in Skyrim of history being recorded with purpose. Unlike the fragmented stories of Sarthal or the layered confusion of Labyrinthian, Alduin's Wall presents a narrative that is structured, intentional, and preserved across generations. But even here, there's an underlying complexity, because Alduin's Wall is not just a historical record, it's an interpretation. It shows events from the perspective of the Blades, emphasising the role of the Dragonborn as a hero figure, a necessary force in ending Alduin's reign. It simplifies a conflict that elsewhere in Skyrim is presented with more ambiguity. Dragons are not purely mindless destroyers. Alduin is not just a force of chaos. He is tied to prophecy, to cycles of destruction and rebirth. And yet the Wall presents a more straightforward version of events. That contrast makes Skyhaven Temple feel less like a neutral archive and more like a curated legacy. The Blades didn't just record history, they shaped how it would be remembered. There's also a strong sense of continuity within the temple. Unlike many ancient locations that feel disconnected from the present, Skyhaven Temple directly ties into the Dragonborn's journey. It doesn't just tell you what happened, it informs what you need to do next. The past is not separate from the present here, it actively guides it. The knowledge preserved within the temple becomes a tool, something that pushes the story forward, rather than simply existing as background detail. And that makes it feel alive in a way few lore-heavy locations do. At the same time, the temple carries a quiet sense of loss. The Blades as an organisation are no longer what they once were. Delphine and Esbern represent what's left, fragments of a once unified group trying to reclaim their purpose. And Skyhaven Temple, despite its grandeur and historical importance, cannot restore what has already been lost. It provides a foundation, a reminder of what the Blades stood for, but it doesn't rebuild them. It simply gives them a place to stand again. That tension between past and present is what really defines the location. It is both a monument and a refuge, a place built to endure, now occupied by those trying to rediscover what it was meant to be. Even its architecture reinforces this idea. The temple blends seamlessly into the mountain, hidden in plain sight, designed not to dominate the landscape, but to become part of it. This reflects the philosophy of the Blades, to operate quietly, to observe, to act when necessary, but remain unseen otherwise. There's a discipline to its design, a sense that every element serves a purpose. And that purpose has not faded, even if the people who built it have. In many ways, Skyhaven Temple represents one of the clearest examples of intentional legacy in Skyrim. It is not a ruin left behind by accident. It is a place meant to be found, but only under the right circumstances. It preserves knowledge not just for remembrance, but for action. It bridges the gap between ancient history and present conflict in a way that feels direct and meaningful. And what makes it one of the most lore-rich places is not just the information it contains, but the clarity of its role within the larger narrative. It doesn't just hint at the past, it connects it to the future. It shows how history can be preserved, interpreted, and ultimately used to shape what comes next. But even with that clarity, there's still something quietly unresolved about it. Because while Skyhaven Temple tells you what the Blades believed, it leaves open the question of whether they were right. And in a world like Skyrim, where history is rarely as simple as it's presented, that uncertainty is what gives the temple its lasting weight. It is not just a place of answers, it is a place of perspective. Skyrim is a world that constantly reminds you of its scale, but its true depth doesn't come from how big it is. It comes from how much has already happened before you arrive. Places like Sarthal, Labyrinthian, and Skyhaven Temple aren't just locations you clear out and move on from. They are layers, pieces of history that was never meant to be fully understood in a single visit. Each one tells a story, but more importantly, each one leaves something out. A missing perspective, a questionable truth, a version of events that feels just a little too convenient. And that's what makes them so powerful, because the lore in Skyrim isn't handed to you cleanly. It's fragmented, biased, sometimes even contradictory. Sarthal makes you question the origins of conflict. Labyrinthian shows how history can collapse in on itself, leaving behind only echoes and consequences. Skyhaven Temple presents a carefully preserved narrative, one that feels authoritative, but not necessarily complete. Together they reveal something much bigger about the world, that history in Skyrim isn't about certainty, it's about interpretation. These places don't just exist to give you answers. They exist to make you think about who those answers are coming from and why they were preserved in the first place. They turn exploration into something more than just movement through space. It becomes a process of piecing together meaning, of deciding what you believe in a world where every story has been shaped by time, conflict, and perspective. And maybe that's the most important part, because long after the quests are finished, the enemies are gone and the loot has been collected, these places do tend to stay with you, not because of what they told you, but because of what they didn't.